I've worked as a ranger in Olympic National Park for almost 13 years now. I've dealt with just about every kind of situation you can imagine. Hikers getting lost in fog banks on the ridge trails, people tumbling into ravines while trying to take selfies, illegal hunting operations deep in the rainforest, even a meth lab once, set up in a remote shelter that hadn't been used by the Park Service since the late 80s. But there's one day, just one, that I still think about every single time I go near the Quinault area. It wasn't a ghost story. Nothing magical happened. It was just something real and terrifying, something that reminded me how little we really control out there in the wild. It was October, mid-fall, about 6 years ago. The weather was unseasonably warm that year. It felt like late August, thick, humid, and strangely still. I was assigned to patrol the southwestern section of the park, the rainforest corridor that stretches around the Quinault River, west of Lake Quinault. It's a stunning area. Ferns as tall as your chest, moss-covered logs that have been rotting for decades, and these dense groves of Sitka spruce and western red cedar. The river carves through all of it like a vein, winding through rock and forest, and when the sun hits it right, it glows this deep greenish blue. Most visitors don't go that deep off trail, especially that time of year, so I wasn't expecting to run into anyone. I left the ranger station around 10 a.m., driving a beat-up green Forest Service pickup with a radio that only worked when it wanted to. My route for the day included checking on some old trailheads and pulling a few game cams we had mounted up near a dead-end road that locals sometimes use for fishing in the summer. That stretch had been closed off to cars a few weeks earlier due to erosion damage, but I had the gate key. By noon, I was parked at the end of that road, near the river. I took my lunch down to the bank and sat there, chewing on a peanut butter sandwich, just watching the water. That's when I noticed the old footbridge. Now, this bridge was not on any of our maps. It looked ancient, with slats, some missing, the whole thing bowed and sagging, with moss hanging off it like cobwebs. It spanned the river at a narrow point, where the banks rose steeply on both sides. From where I sat, it looked like it could collapse under its own weight. There weren't any trail markers, no signage. Just a path on the other side, disappearing into thick brush. I made a mental note to report it later. Unofficial structures like that can be a real liability if visitors get hurt. As I got up to head back to my truck, I noticed something weird. Tire marks, fresh ones. At first, I thought maybe they were mine, but these were facing the opposite direction. Someone had driven out there and backed right up to the end of the road, same as I did. There were also bare footprints in the dirt near the embankment, just a few, and signs someone had climbed down toward the water. The weird part was, it didn't look like they came back up. Now, people do dumb things in the park all the time. I figured maybe someone wanted to swim, saw how pretty it was, and couldn't resist. Still, something about it didn't sit right with me. I decided to check it out. The bank was steep and tangled with brambles. I had to push through some thick salmonberry and blackberry bushes to get down. It was all soft loam and wet ferns, and the moment I stepped out from under the trees, I felt it, a strange stillness like the air had gone stale. I chalked it up to being alone in the woods. Happened sometimes. Down at the river's edge, I saw where someone had clearly been. The ground was disturbed, broken twigs, a spot where someone had sat, and a pair of women's shoes. Nearby, tangled in the thorns, were clothes, jeans, a t-shirt, snagged and half-shredded by blackberry vines. But what really got me was the blood. Not a lot of it, but enough to know it was fresh. Small smears on the leaves, tiny streaks on the bark where someone had grabbed a branch or stumbled through. It didn't look like an animal attack. No tufts of hair, no drag marks. More like someone ran. I stood still for a while listening. Nothing. No birds, no bugs, just the sound of the river and the rustle of wind in the trees. I started moving carefully along the bank, keeping low. I had my radio, but figured I'd get up the bank first to call it in. That's when I looked across the river and saw the man. He was standing on the opposite side, up on the rise just beyond the bridge. Not hiding, standing full in view. He was tall, maybe 6'5", and gaunt like someone who hadn't eaten properly in months. His hair was long and matted, full of what looked like sticks and leaves. He wore what I can only describe as a kind of poncho or cloak made out of animal hides. Layered, mismatched, rough cut. There were bones hanging from it. Small ones. I couldn't tell if they were from rabbits or something else. He didn't move. We locked eyes, and I swear my heart stopped. There was nothing in his face. No anger, no confusión. Just this flat, dead stare. It was the kind of look a predator gives when it's not curious anymore, just waiting. Then he moved, not down the bank, but across the bridge. Fast. I don't know what snapped in me, but I bolted, back through the thorns, smashing through vines, branches scraping my face, snagging my clothes. I wasn't even trying to be careful. I was just running. I clawed my way back up to the road, lungs on fire, arms bleeding. When I reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys so hard I dropped them. By the time I got the door open and slammed it shut behind me, I could see him at the far end of the road, just stepping off the bridge, moving toward me with this horrible, frantic energy. He didn't yell. He didn't say a word. He just came, fast and furious, arms swinging. I locked the door and jammed the key in the ignition. The truck started on the second try. As I slammed it into reverse, he was right there, at the hood, screaming. Not words, just this raw, primal sound, all throat and rage. He pounded the hood with both fists, then tried the door handle. I didn't wait. I floored it. The tires spun in the gravel for half a second, then caught, and I tore back down the road, engine roaring, heart thudding so loud I couldn't hear anything else. I looked in the rear view just once and saw him running after me. Full sprint. For a guy that gaunt, he moved like he had fire in his legs. He chased me for almost a mile, barefoot. Eventually, he faded from view. I didn't stop driving until I hit the nearest ranger station, which was over 30 minutes away. When I stumbled inside, I must have looked like a wreck. Blood on my arms and legs from the thorns, clothes shredded, eyes wild. I told my supervisor everything, every detail. They sent officers out there immediately. When they reached the end of that road, the shoes and clothes were gone. The bridge was still there, untouched. They found no trace of the man, no prints, no camp, no signs of long-term living. Just one odd thing. Up in a tree near the bridge, about 30 feet off the ground, they found a small bundle of bones tied with sinew, hanging from a branch like a wind chime. We never identified the man. No missing persons in the system matched his description. No known squatters in that region fit the profile. Locals speculated, of course. Said there were rumors of people who'd gone fully off-grid, deep in the rainforest, surviving on what they could trap or forage. Old survivalists or folks running from something. The official report listed it as aggressive transient encounter. No further action. But for me, it was something else. I went back there a month later, not alone, with 2 other rangers and a canine unit. We searched the area for signs of illegal camping or makeshift shelters. Found nothing. The bridge had collapsed during a rainstorm the week before, split right down the middle and washed downstream. I never forgot the look in his eyes, the raw fury, the silence before he charged. I still work here, still walk those trails, but I don't go back to that spot alone, ever. Whatever his story was, whoever he was, he meant harm. I've seen animals that looked at me with less hunger. Every now and then, a hiker reports strange noises near the river or catches sight of a figure in the woods wearing something made of fur. We check it out. We never find anything, but I believe them because I saw him too, and I know he's still out there. I've been a park ranger for close to 16 years now. Most of those years have been spent patrolling different sections of the Mark Twain National Forest in Missouri. I've worked through snowstorms, searched for missing hikers, helped recover people stranded in floods, and even dealt with the occasional trespasser or hunter out of season. But in all that time, nothing has ever made my skin crawl the way it did when I was 10 years old. The night I realized something about the woods that would stay with me forever. And no matter how many years I've been wearing this uniform, I've never been able to shake it. Back then, I didn't have the badge or the training. I was just a kid tagging along with my family on a last-minute camping trip. It wasn't even supposed to be anything fancy. My stepdad had just gotten a little time off work, and I guess my mom thought it'd be good for us to do something outdoors together. We weren't a tight family, though. Not by a long shot. My stepdad drank too much and got mean when he did. My mom mostly tried to hold things together. My older sister, who was 12, had started to keep to herself more around that time. I was the youngest and didn't understand half of what went on between them, but I could read the room even at that age. When things got quiet and stiff, I knew it was going to be one of those nights. We didn't go to a campground. For some reason, we ended up pulling off into a clearing somewhere down a dirt trail that looked more like a fire road than an actual place to park. It wasn't an official site, no markers, no picnic tables, nothing. Just trees, brambles, and that thick silence that starts to settle when the sun goes down and there's no one around for miles. We arrived late. Too late, really. The sun was already dipping below the trees, and the light was draining from the sky fast. I remember helping to get the tent out of the car while the grown-ups bickered about what went where. We were rushing, not in an excited way, but more like people trying to get something over with before they start fighting again. I don't know why we were in such a hurry, but everything felt scrambled. We didn't bring a lantern. That was a big mistake. Someone had taken it out of the car the week before, and no one had remembered to put it back. I remember my mom checking and rechecking the back of the car like maybe it had rolled under the seat. It didn't. So we had to rely on a flashlight, which had weak batteries. That was about it. No fire either. My stepdad had started drinking the minute we parked. One of those metal flasks he always carried. It wasn't long before his temper kicked in. The yelling started around the time we finished setting up the tent. I remember the way his voice echoed just a little through the trees, like the woods were throwing it back at us. No one replied. That was how we always handled it, silence. We didn't eat anything, didn't sit around a fire, didn't tell stories or roast marshmallows. Just went straight to bed. It was probably not even 9 o'clock when we lay down inside the tent, all 4 of us. We had a couple of sleeping bags and some cheap blankets thrown across the tent floor. My sister and I were near the back. My mom and stepdad took the front. It was already cold, not freezing, but that dry cold that settles deep in your chest when the sun's gone and the wind picks up just enough to make your teeth chatter. We didn't talk, just lay there. I remember trying to keep my eyes closed, even though I couldn't sleep. I was scared, but not of the woods. I was scared my stepdad was going to start yelling again, or worse. But he stayed quiet for a while. The kind of quiet that comes after someone's had too much to drink and passes out half angry. It must have been close to an hour later when I heard the first sound. It was faint, a rustling sound, the kind leaves make when something walks over them. It wasn't the wind. That's the first thing I figured out. I've been in the woods a lot in my life. I know the difference between wind and footsteps. Wind moves across leaves like a breath. It swirls and rises and dips. But footsteps are deliberate. They have a weight to them, a rhythm. And this had rhythm. Crunch, crunch, pause. Then again, crunch, crunch. It was coming from deeper in the woods behind us. Not 100 yards away, but maybe 50 or 60. Far enough that we couldn't see anything. Not that we had a fire or light to help us anyway. But it was close enough that we could hear every step. I could feel my sister stiffen next to me. She was awake too. I didn't say anything. None of us did. We all just listened. The steps got closer. Not in a straight line, but circling a little like whoever it was didn't want to walk directly toward the tent. It was methodical, slow, not panicked, not rushed, just slow steps through the leaves. Every now and then, I'd hear them stop for a few seconds, then resume. Crunch, crunch, snap, a twig. That's when my stepdad screamed, a sound I've never heard from him before or since. It was sharp and terrified, like something got to the core of him all at once. A second later, I heard my mom yell, and then everything turned into chaos. We unzipped the tent and just ran, no bags, no gear, no flashlight. We ran through the dark forest with branches tearing at our arms and faces. My mom and stepdad were ahead, somehow not falling, even though the path was uneven. I trailed behind with my sister, barely able to see, my feet catching on roots and rocks. The whole time I thought that if I tripped and fell, I'd be left behind. I didn't know what I was afraid of exactly. I just knew I didn't want to be alone in those woods. We reached the car, all of us out of breath, scraped up, trembling. The keys were already in the ignition. My stepdad must have left them there. He started the car, and we backed out, tearing up the dirt in reverse before turning around and heading down the road the way we came. No one talked. My stepdad didn't yell. My mom didn't ask if we were okay. We just drove, all the way back home. I remember looking out the window as we left the woods behind. There were no headlights on the road behind us. No other cars. No light at all. Just black trees swallowing the road. We never went back for our stuff. The tent, the blankets, the flashlight, even the cooler, all of it stayed out there. Maybe someone found it. Maybe not. We never reported it. My stepdad didn't want to talk about it, and my mom didn't push it. I didn't go camping again for a long time. I hated the idea of being in the woods at night. Even as a teenager, I avoided it. It wasn't until I was in my 20s, after a lot of things in my life had changed, that I started hiking again. I told myself I'd face it, make peace with it. That's eventually what brought me to the Forest Service. Working as a ranger gave me a sense of control I didn't have back then. I carried a radio. I had a flashlight, a GPS, and training. I knew where the trails were and where people were likely to be. I patrolled campgrounds and responded to calls. I learned how to read signs, footprints, broken branches, disturbed dirt. But even with all that knowledge, I've never been able to explain what we heard that night. I've thought about it too many times to count. Could have been an animal, maybe, but it wasn't four-legged. It wasn't bounding or rustling through the brush. It was walking, like a person. No flashlight, no voice, no camp nearby, no reason to be that deep in the woods at that hour. Over the years, I've met other rangers who've heard strange things. Some of them talk about it, most don't. There are folks who say they've seen people out there who weren't supposed to be there, squatters, survivalists, or just lost hikers. But there's something different about someone who doesn't want to be seen. Someone who walks through pitch-black forest in silence, who doesn't use a light, who circles instead of approaching. It wasn't until I came across a camp deep in the southern part of the forest that I realized how real that danger was. I was on a solo patrol, late summer, checking old trails that hadn't seen much foot traffic in years. I found the remnants of a camp, tarp tied between trees, old cans, bones. Not animal bones either. Chicken, pig maybe. Domestic animals. That means someone brought them in. There were clothes, too, stiff with dirt and mildew, but still recognizable. Pants, a shirt, boots. The camp hadn't been used recently, but it hadn't been abandoned long. No name, no ID, just a place someone had been living, someone who didn't want to be found. I reported it, and the law enforcement guys came in to sweep the area. They didn't find anyone. No weapons, no signs of struggle. Just a camp, and a lot of unanswered questions. I don't know if it was the same kind of person we ran from when I was a kid. But every time I step into those woods, I remember that sound, the slow, steady footsteps in the leaves. I remember the way my stepdad screamed, the way we ran, the way the darkness swallowed up the forest behind us. People think the woods are quiet. They're not. They remember everything. And sometimes they let you walk away. But only sometimes. That night in Mark Twain National Forest changed something in me. And to this day, even as a ranger with 16 years under my belt, I never sleep soundly when I'm out on patrol. I keep my flashlight close. I check my radio. And I never, ever ignore the sound of footsteps in the dark. I was working as a seasonal park ranger in Northern California, covering a large stretch of land that bordered both federal and state property. My beat included a few well-traveled trails and popular backcountry zones, but most of the time I ended up in the places nobody else really went. There were more isolated spots in that part of the forest than most people realized. Dense underbrush, twisted game trails, long stretches of silence interrupted only by wind or birds or the snap of a distant branch. I like that kind of work. It felt quiet, honest. One of my favorite places to check in on, one I rarely had to worry about, because nobody ever seemed to go there, was a remote clearing near a pond, tucked off an old logging road at the edge of our jurisdiction. I first discovered it with a friend of mine, Evan, who was also a ranger in a different part of the district. We had a habit of camping together on our days off when our rotations lined up, and over the years, we'd made that pond spot our unofficial go-to for a night or two off-grid. It was tough to reach. There was no official trailhead, just a rough dirt pull-off that we used as a parking spot, then a hard 40-minute hike through brush and rocks and some seriously uneven ground. Most people didn't even know it was there. We liked it that way. The pond was maybe an acre across, shallow around the edges, but deeper in the middle, fed by runoff and shaded by pines and firs. There was a wide, grassy clearing on the western side, perfect for pitching tents. We'd fished there before, caught a few brown trout. Sometimes we'd wake up to deer standing near our tents, just staring at us before bolting. It always felt like a quiet, forgotten place, like nothing bad had ever happened there. But that changed. It was early fall the last time we went out there. Late September, cool nights, but still warm enough during the day that it felt like summer hadn't quite given up. The plan was the usual: drive out in Evan's truck, park at the old pull-off, then hike in with our gear and spend a couple nights. We weren't doing anything special, just getting out of town, maybe cooking over the fire and relaxing. We left early that morning, maybe around 6 a.m., to give ourselves time to get in and set up before the sun got too high. The road out there was as rough as I remembered. More potholes than pavement once we left the last paved section, and I was surprised Evan's truck didn't throw a wheel. The forest had a kind of low fog hanging in the trees when we rolled in, that early morning dew that collects on everything and makes the air feel colder than it is. As we neared the spot where we always parked, something felt a little off. Nothing I could put my finger on, just a kind of stillness, a kind of weight in the air. The kind of quiet that isn't just quiet, but heavy. We pulled the truck into the usual pull-off and shut it down. Then we saw them. 2 mountain lions, maybe 15 yards from the hood of the truck. 1 male, 1 female, mating. They didn't seem to notice us at first. Or if they did, they didn't care. We sat there frozen for a second, both of us just watching through the windshield with the windows up. I'd seen cougars in the park before, but never like this. Never so close. Never so unbothered. At first, we both had the same thought. Forget the trip. Turn around. Leave them to it and come back another day. You don't mess with mountain lions, especially not when they're distracted or territorial. But something kept us there. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the fact that we were both too dumb to know better. We just sat and watched. They finished up quickly. Afterwards, they just lingered, walking around slowly, tails flicking, noses up like they were trying to catch some kind of scent in the air. The male paced a little more, but neither of them looked aggressive. Just alert, present. Every now and then they'd glance toward the tree line across from us like they were listening for something. Then suddenly they stiffened, both of them at once. Their bodies dropped low to the ground, ears flattened. They stared toward the opposite side of the clearing, past the trees, into the denser forest where we couldn't see anything. We couldn't hear anything either. The truck was shut off and the windows were up, but the forest had gone deathly quiet. After a few seconds, the lions bolted. No noise, no warning. Just gone. Gone like they'd seen something that made every instinct in their body scream. They vanished into the trees behind us without a sound. That's when the deer came through. 3 of them. Fast, leaping from the same area the lions had been watching, legs kicking out wild with fear. They tore through the edge of the clearing and bolted right past us, barely touching the ground. Then came the bear, a big one. Black bear, male, easily pushing 500 pounds. Not some shy thing, either. This one looked aggressive. Focused. He tore out of the woods like a freight train and chased after the deer without a second of hesitation. He didn't even glance at the truck, just followed them, full speed, into the brush on the other side. And then the forest went quiet again. We sat there in the cab, not moving, not breathing. I could feel my heart in my neck, pounding like I'd just sprinted up a hill. Evan looked pale. Neither of us said a word. Eventually, I opened the door slowly and stepped out. The clearing was still again, but I could smell something in the air. Not just the usual forest scent. There was a sharpness to it. A musky, sour kind of stink that reminded me of old meat and sweat. There were claw marks in the dirt where the bear had passed. The lion's prints were still visible too, trailing off into the forest. The deer had kicked up dirt and rocks in their panic. The place looked like a battlefield. We didn't unpack. We didn't hike in. We stood there for a few minutes, trying to make sense of what we'd seen, then got back in the truck and left. Neither of us had ever seen anything like that before. The order of it was what got me. Predators don't usually behave like that. Lions getting scared off by a bear isn't impossible, but the timing, the way everything happened in a chain, like something was pushing everything forward, it didn't sit right. Over the next few weeks, I kept thinking about it. The forest has rules. You work in it long enough and you start to feel them. You know when you're in a safe zone and when you're not. You can feel the difference in your gut. That place, the pond, the clearing, had always felt safe. But not that day. Not anymore. I ended up filing a report about the incident, noting the aggressive behavior of the bear and the unexpected activity of the mountain lions. I kept it clinical, factual. There wasn't much to file anyway. It wasn't like anything illegal happened. But something about it kept gnawing at me. I went back once alone about 2 months later, just to check in. I didn't tell Evan. The clearing was quiet. Too quiet. No prints, no signs of recent activity. Not even birdsong. Just that same heavy silence. I walked the perimeter and noticed something else. Scratches in a tree trunk, about 6 feet up. Deep. Too deep for a black bear. I measured the spacing. Whatever made them had a serious reach. I left not long after. Never went back again. To this day, that's the only place in the park I won't patrol anymore. I don't assign rangers to it. I don't put it on the maps I hand out. I don't even mention it to hikers. Some places change. Sometimes the rules shift, and you can't always explain why. You just know. That spot, our old pond, our quiet little hideout, changed. And whatever changed it, I don't want to be anywhere near it again. And I haven't been. Not once. Not even close. I worked for 3 years as a field ranger in Brazil, and most of that time I was stationed near the Amazon basin, one of the most remote and untamed places left on Earth. The park I was assigned to wasn't like the ones tourists typically visit. It wasn't the postcard version with scenic boat rides and neatly labeled trails. It was wild, unbroken jungle. Thick, humid, and full of life that moved all around you. Sometimes in silence, sometimes not. Most of the time, it felt like you weren't watching the forest. It was watching you. This particular trip happened during my second year, in the peak of the dry season. The agency had asked me to assist a small group of biology students and researchers doing a multi-week survey on plant and insect diversity in one of the lesser mapped sectors of the forest, about 60 kilometers from the nearest village with an actual road. We took boats up narrow, winding rivers, then hiked for 2 full days through thick, wet, vine-choked terrain until we reached a relatively flat area surrounded by old-growth trees and a small, slow-moving creek. There were 7 of us total. 2 biologists, 3 students, another ranger, and me. We set up base camp just above the creek's floodline, hung our hammocks in a tight circle between the larger trees, built a small food prep area, and stacked all our gear beneath waterproof tarps. It was organized and it felt safe, at least by Amazon standards. You never let your guard down completely in the jungle, but after a few days, your senses adapt to the chaos. The screeches, howls, rattles, and chirps stop making your skin crawl. You learn to identify things by sound. Tree frogs, caiman, capybara, howler monkeys, cicadas. You even get used to the constant presence of insects. Ants that travel in armies, spiders as big as your palm, mosquitoes that can cover your back and welts within minutes if you don't reapply repellent. We had been out there about 9 days when it happened. Everything up to that point had gone relatively smooth. A few tarantulas near the tents, a minor injury when one of the students slipped while collecting samples, and some bad rain on day 5. But nothing that rattled us. That night, everything changed. It was about 1 in the morning when I woke up. I had that kind of urgent, stomach-knotting need to pee that doesn't let you fall back asleep. I tried to ignore it, but it kept getting worse. Eventually, I sat up in my hammock, slid on my boots, grabbed the flashlight, and climbed down quietly. Everyone else was asleep. You could hear soft snoring mixed with the constant low hum of the forest, the croaking frogs, buzzing insects, distant hoots. The moon was high, casting a pale glow through the gaps in the canopy. I didn't want to wake anyone up, so I walked away from camp, just far enough to be out of earshot, but close enough to see the soft blue of the tarp peeking through the trees if I turned around. There was a narrow path we had cleared earlier in the week when setting up the camp's perimeter, and I followed it for maybe 30 or 40 meters until I found a semi-clearing. It was a gentle slope down to the creek bed, with a thick patch of ferns and underbrush along the sides. I stepped off the trail just a bit, found a spot where the ground was soft but not muddy, and squatted down carefully. I didn't sit all the way down, just hovered, balancing my weight awkwardly between both legs, keeping my boots planted and my arms slightly out to the sides to avoid touching anything. It was uncomfortable, but better than exposing your bare skin to who knows what. I've seen ants chew through leather, snakes disappear into leaves, and centipedes the size of a man's hand slip between roots. You learn to keep yourself off the ground. Everything was still, just the steady noise of the jungle. It's funny how your ears adjust when you're alone like that, away from even the smallest human sound. Every crack of a branch, every shuffle of a leaf starts to register. And that's when I heard it. It started faint, like something brushing against the lower fronds a few meters behind me. Then a step, soft but solid. Heavy, not something like a frog or even a monkey. I froze mid-squat, heartbeat suddenly kicking hard in my chest. Another step, then another. It wasn't fast. It was slow and steady, deliberate. I couldn't turn around. I didn't want to move. My pants were around my thighs, and I was completely exposed from the waist down. I wasn't thinking about dignity. I was thinking about survival. I remember the sound. That's what sticks with me the most. The weight of it. Like it wasn't just moving, it was shifting the earth slightly as it did. You could feel the subtle compression of leaves and loam, almost like the jungle was breathing differently around it. Another step closer. I could hear the low rustle of a branch being brushed aside or stepped over. My mind went wild. Tapir? Too quiet. Jaguar? Maybe, but they don't walk that heavy. Human? God, I hope not. In that part of the forest, the idea of stumbling across an illegal trapper or poacher was almost worse than running into a predator. I didn't look. I didn't breathe. I clenched and pulled my pants up in one single shaky motion, not even finishing properly. Then I bolted, full sprint, back toward camp, dodging branches, slipping on roots, barely able to see through the blur of panic. My flashlight was still clipped to my side, but I didn't dare turn it on. If something was behind me, I didn't want it to see where I was going. By the time I reached the edge of camp, my lungs were burning and my arms were scraped. I climbed in my hammock still shaking. I lay there, fully dressed now, eyes open, scanning the shadows, waiting to hear footsteps or see movement. But there was nothing. No alarm calls from the monkeys. No sudden silence like when a predator is nearby. The forest just kept buzzing, chirping, creaking like nothing had happened. I stayed awake until dawn. I didn't tell anyone right away. I didn't want to cause panic. We were too far out to pack up and leave in the middle of the night, and I couldn't say for sure what I had heard. But I knew something had been there. Something that walked close. Something big. The next morning, I went back to that spot alone, fully geared this time, machete in hand. I looked for prints for bent grass, broken branches, anything that could explain it. The ground was disturbed, but not enough to tell me much. There were no clear tracks, just some compression where something heavy had stepped near the edge of the trail, and a snapped piece of fern, maybe 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Later that day, I quietly mentioned it to the other ranger. I didn't give details, just said I thought I heard movement while out near the creek. He nodded like he already expected it. He told me he'd noticed some unusual patterns on the tree bark nearby earlier in the week. Deep scratches, not from monkeys or birds. Something that reached high. Maybe a harpy eagle. Maybe a cat. Maybe something else. We both agreed to keep it low-key and tighten camp security. No one went out alone after that, not even to relieve themselves. We set a rotation to stay awake in pairs during the night, at least for the remainder of the trip. A few days later, one of the students found a large pile of scat near the creek. We brought it back, and one of the biologists examined it. They were sure it wasn't jaguar, possibly ocelot, but bigger. The bone fragments inside suggested a carnivore, and the size ruled out smaller cats. Could have been a puma, though they're rare in that sector. We flagged it in the logs and took photos for later analysis. We finished the survey a few days after that and hiked back the way we came. Nothing else happened, at least not directly. But I kept thinking about that moment, being alone, vulnerable, half-naked in the dark, completely exposed. I couldn't stop wondering what would have happened if I hadn't heard it. If I'd taken just a little longer. If I hadn't run. Back at headquarters, I filed my full report. I didn't leave out the details, even though I knew it sounded strange. No one laughed. One of the senior rangers pulled me aside afterward and told me quietly that several female rangers over the years had reported similar stories. Something moving just behind them at night, close enough to hear but never seen. A few believed it was a puma or some type of predator that liked to track people, but never attacked. Maybe curious, maybe territorial. One ranger even thought it was a rogue human living deep in the forest, watching the camps, waiting for opportunities. That was somehow worse to me than any animal. I don't have a clear answer. It's been years since that night, but I still think about it sometimes. I think about how alone I felt, how raw that moment was, how the forest felt like it was holding its breath, watching me, just waiting to see what I would do. I don't tell the story often, but when I do, I tell it exactly like it happened. Because in that part of the Amazon, you don't need ghosts or legends to scare you. The forest is real enough, and sometimes that's more than enough. I didn't become a park ranger because I love camping. In fact, the very first time I ever went camping, I hated it. I hated everything about it. The bugs, the itchy socks, the mildew-smelling cabins, the lumpy wooden cots, and the weird feeling you get in the woods at night when the wind moves through the trees and makes it sound like someone's whispering your name just out of reach. I was 12 in 7th grade, and it was a school trip. I remember that part clearly because I'd fought like hell not to go. My mom thought it would build character, and my dad told me I needed to toughen up. The camp was 5 hours from home, deep in the hills outside Central California. We weren't allowed to bring phones, and I don't even think cell reception would have worked out there anyway. It was a place where the woods pressed in on all sides, where the air was always a little damp, and where the nights were darker than I ever knew nights could get. I remember we passed a rusted sign on the dirt road in, something with a name that faded from my memory, but not the feeling that came with it, old, isolated, and swallowed up by forest. The cabins were small, just thin-walled boxes with 4 wooden bunks inside and no electricity. They looked like they'd been there since the 60s, and the smell inside them supported that theory. Dust and pine sap and mildew. We were divided into groups of 4 kids per cabin. I barely knew the 3 other kids I bunked with. I think one of them was named Travis. He snored. Another one had a headlamp he kept flashing in my eyes during the orientation hike, and the third didn't say a word the whole trip. We all laid there on those wooden boards that pass for beds, trying to sleep in our sleeping bags, the crickets droning outside, and the breeze pushing at the walls just enough to creak the cabin like an old ship. I couldn't sleep. I tried God, I really did. But the bed hurt. It was like someone had taken a pallet and slapped a few 2x4s across it and called a mattress. My back ached. My neck was kinked. The sounds of the forest outside weren't soothing like people claimed. They were jittery and uneven. Sometimes the cricket stopped all at once, which I learned later can mean something is moving nearby, something that doesn't belong. But I didn't know that then. I just thought nature was loud and weird. And on top of everything, I missed home. I missed the sound of the dishwasher running. I missed the glow of the street lights through my bedroom window. I missed knowing that just down the hall were my parents, asleep and safe. I didn't want to be out there in the woods, pretending to enjoy building fires or trying to identify animal scat on some dumb trail walk. I just wanted to go home. At around 1:30 a.m., I gave up on trying to sleep. I was sweaty inside my sleeping bag, even though it was freezing out and my mind was racing. I pulled on my hoodie, slid my feet into my sneakers, and quietly unzipped the cabin door. I don't know why I didn't think twice. I guess I figured no one would care if I just stepped out to get some air. Besides, I had my little book light and a library copy of Whisper of Death by Christopher Pike. I was obsessed with his books back then, cheap, pulpy horror for kids. Exactly the kind of thing I probably shouldn't have been reading before bed at that age. But it gave me comfort, and at least it was something to do. There was a bench right outside the cabin, built low to the ground, with thick, splintering wood and rusty screws holding the slats together. I sat there, tucking my knees up, flipping the book open and clicking on the light. The beam was weak, bluish, but it was enough. The woods were quiet, mostly, except for the wind in the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. I stared at the pages, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking up. Every few minutes, I would glance toward the tree lean, which was maybe 40 yards out. It was black out there, really black. The kind of black where you couldn't tell if your eyes were open or closed. The kind where everything seemed like it could be hiding something. I don't even know what made me keep looking. It wasn't like I heard anything, just this strange pressure. The kind that makes the hairs on your neck stand up without knowing why. It's hard to describe it, like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The way the shadows didn't seem to sit still, or the way the silence felt too thick in some places. Like if I stopped and stared long enough, something might be staring back. And then it was. I moved my book slightly to turn the page, and the light shifted. It bounced off something, a tiny glint. 2 tiny glints. My heart dropped. I thought it was a trick of the light, but I tilted the beam again, and they flared up, a pair of glowing eyes. They weren't close, not really. A few yards away, probably 10 or 15 feet down from the steps, just beyond the edge of the clearing where the grass started to blend into pine needles and brush. The eyes didn't blink. They just hovered there, perfectly still. I froze. Completely. It's crazy what your mind does in moments like that. Everything slows down like thick syrup. My brain started firing off random thoughts. Maybe it's a deer. Maybe it's a raccoon. But deep down I already knew. The shape was too low to be a deer, too wide to be a raccoon. I lowered the book slowly, and as the beam dropped down and swept across the ground, I saw it. A paw. A big, padded, tawny-colored paw, placed lightly on the pine needle floor. The kind of paw that only belongs to one kind of animal in that part of California, a mountain lion. I think time stopped right then. The light fell to the side, and I only saw the edge of its body, just a shape in the dark, but I could tell it was crouched low, watching. Still, if it had wanted to lunge at me, it could have, no question. I was a scrawny kid, barely 100 pounds, and there was nothing between me and it but 10 feet of empty air in my own panic. I didn't scream. I didn't even breathe. I sat there, every muscle in my body pulled so tight I thought I might pass out. I didn't know what to do. All I could think about was how I wasn't supposed to be outside. That if something happened, if I got killed and half-eaten and dragged off into the woods, someone was going to find my half-torn library book on the steps and put the pieces together. And my dad, God, my dad would be so mad. Not even sad, just furious that I'd been outside alone in the middle of the night and done something so stupid. I remember thinking that part very clearly. I started to move, slow and quiet. I reached one hand back behind me, sliding along the bench until I touched the rough wood of the door. I had to twist my upper body just slightly, just enough to get my fingers on the latch. It felt like it took 10 years. The handle was cold, smooth, and greasy with humidity. I twisted it, just barely, until the door creaked open and I tumbled backward, falling into the cabin. I kicked it shut with my foot, not caring about the noise, and scrambled into my sleeping bag. I laid there, sweating, my heart pounding so loud I swore the other kids could hear it. I stared at the ceiling, waiting for the sound of claws on wood, for the door to creak again, for something worse. But nothing came. Eventually, the sun started to rise. I didn't sleep. Not a second. One of the girls in the cabin woke up early and asked about the door. I told her the wind blew it open. When the teacher came around to wake us up for breakfast, she noticed my library book sitting out on the bench, soaked from the morning dew. I got scolded for leaving school property outside overnight. I nodded, said I was sorry, and didn't say a word about the mountain lion. I couldn't. I was too scared, not of the animal, but of getting in trouble, of being told I wasn't tough enough. No one ever found paw prints. No one noticed anything missing. I kept it to myself for years. It became one of those quiet memories that lived in the back of my mind, only creeping out during restless nights or long hikes alone. But it stuck with me. It stuck hard. I didn't go camping again until college. And even then, it was part of a required wilderness survival elective I took on a dare. It took me years to get comfortable sleeping outside again. I learned everything I could about mountain lions. How they move, how they hunt, how they often stalk from behind. How most people never see them before they strike. That I saw one at all, that it didn't lunge. I was lucky. Incredibly lucky. And that's why I became a park ranger. Not because I loved nature or because I wanted to save animals, but because I knew how easily things could go sideways. Because I remembered what it felt like to be 12 years old, sitting on a wooden bench with a pulpy horror book and a blue LED light, staring into the eyes of something that saw me as prey. I became a ranger to keep other people from making the same mistake, from walking out alone at night, from thinking campgrounds are safe just because there's a roof and a bunk bed. I patrol the trails now. I run safety talks. I check every cabin perimeter after lights out. I teach the new rangers what to look for: tracks, scat, claw marks on trees. I tell them that just because you don't see something doesn't mean it's not watching you. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm doing my last rounds and the moonlight casts long shadows between the cabins, I'll stop and stare into the dark tree line. Just for a second. Just to check. Because you never forget the eyes. You never forget that stillness. That waiting. That night didn't make me love the woods. It made me respect them. It made me careful. And maybe that's why I'm still here. Because I've seen what's out there. And I got a second chance. Most people don't. I've been a ranger for over 15 years now. I've worked across different parts of Colorado and the western U.S., but a good chunk of my time has been in and around the Roosevelt National Forest. I've seen just about everything you'd expect to see in this line of work: wildlife encounters, search and rescue, drunk hikers, lost kids, illegal campsites, rock slides, you name it. But there's one trip, technically it wasn't on duty, that still rattles around in my head whenever I'm alone out in the woods too long. It happened in Poudre Canyon, northwest of Fort Collins. Late fall, just before the first snow came heavy. Most of the campsites were closed for the season, which didn't stop me and my buddy Eric from heading out anyway. Both of us had plenty of experience outdoors, and honestly, we preferred it that time of year. Fewer people, colder nights, quieter woods. We had spent years camping together, in every kind of condition. We'd hiked Utah canyons, winter camped in the Rockies, and done deep woods solo hikes where you don't see another soul for days. We weren't careless. We knew how to handle ourselves. We brought gear, backup gear, enough food, a proper emergency radio, and the kind of common sense that usually keeps you out of trouble. But even with all that, I've learned that sometimes all the prep in the world doesn't matter. We drove west from Fort Collins past the regular campgrounds. Those were shut down for the season, and just kept going until we saw a small pull-off that looked like it had been used before. Nothing formal. No saini. Just a narrow dirt road branching off into the trees. One you'd miss if you weren't looking for it. We figured we'd pitch the tent out of view from the road, camp the night, and do a little hiking in the morning. It was quiet, cold, and just damp enough to keep most folks away. Almost as soon as we stepped out of the truck, something fell off. I know that's a vague thing to say. People talk about getting a bad feeling or the heebie-jeebies like it's something you can measure, but it's not. You just notice how quiet it is, how the wind seems to move through the trees wrong, how the birds aren't calling. Little things. It's never something loud or obvious, just quiet weirdness that creeps up on you. We started clearing a spot for the tent, and that's when Eric called me over. About 20 feet off from the truck, half buried in leaf litter, was a bundle. Looked like someone had balled up a blanket and left it there. I nudged it with my boot and saw part of a skull poking out. We got a better look, careful not to touch it too much, and saw that it was the body of some kind of medium-sized animal. Maybe a dog or a coyote. Hard to tell. The bones were mostly clean, picked apart by scavengers, or just rotted out. But someone had wrapped it up in an old quilt or sleeping bag and left it there. Not buried, not really hidden, just left. We both stood over it for a moment, trying to figure out what it meant. Maybe a camper's dog died and they didn't have the heart to bury it. Maybe someone dumped a dead pet. It wasn't necessarily suspicious, but it wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to see right away, either. It set the tone, though. After that, the forest just felt heavier. Still, we kept on. Got the tent set up, made a small fire pit out of rocks, and got things going. It wasn't warm by any means, but the fire helped. Eric brought out his flask of bourbon, and we passed it back and forth as the sun dropped below the ridge. The quiet was thick. We didn't hear any animals, not even the usual rustle of squirrels or a distant elk call. just the crackle of the fire and our own footsteps. It's the kind of quiet that makes you whisper without meaning to. The next morning, we packed light for a short hike. We had topo maps and could see a couple of ridgelines worth exploring. It wasn't an official trail, but the terrain wasn't too bad, so we figured we'd get in a few miles, find a good overlook, and head back before dusk. We were more than an hour in when we found the second strange thing. It was up on a ridge, tucked into the branches of a tree. An old tent, weather-beaten and torn, had been wrapped up and shoved into a pine. It wasn't hanging like someone left it to dry. It was crumpled, jammed, like someone tried to hide it up there, but gave up halfway through. We climbed up, got a better look, and eventually pulled it down. Inside were three things: a ratty sleeping bag, a small backpack, and a collection of notebooks. I remember my pulse picking up as we opened the sleeping bag. I half expected to find a body or bones inside, but there was nothing. Just dirt, pine needles, and a few bugs. The backpack held some basic supplies: cans of food long past expiration, a pair of socks, a broken headlamp. The notebooks were strange. The handwriting wasn't neat, but it was legible. Long pages of writing, some lists of dates, others just scattered thoughts. None of it made a whole lot of sense. I remember one entry just repeated the same sentence over and over: "Don't sleep near the tree. Don't sleep near the tree." We flipped through a few more pages. There were sketches, trees, maps, odd symbols. A few pages were water damaged beyond reading. The latest date we could find was from the year before. No names, no clear sign of who it belonged to. Just oddness. We debated whether to pack it out, but decided to leave it. There was no immediate danger, nothing criminal, and technically we weren't on the job. Still, I marked the location on my GPS. I knew I'd have to report it once I was back. We kept hiking, heading down a slope toward a lower ravine. That's when we smelled it. Death has a smell. If you've worked outside long enough, you know it immediately. Sweet, rotting, sour. It doesn't matter what animal it is. You just know it's something dead. This was strong. Not the faint whiff of an old carcass, but fresh. Close. We slowed down, scanning the hillside. About 200 feet above us, wedged into the base of a twisted pine, we saw a towel. White or off-white. Hard to tell in the shadows. It had clearly been placed there, folded, not dropped. And something was inside it. I remember looking at Eric, neither of us saying anything. We didn't go up to it right away. We made a mental note of the spot, then hiked further down the ridge to see if there was anything else. Nothing. No signs of people. No campsites. No guide. Just that one spot with that one towel. Eventually, we circled back to camp. The smell stuck in my nose all the way back. It had been hours, but it lingered like it had sunk into my sinuses. We sat by the fire again that night, drinking more bourbon than we probably should have. The sky was clear, full of stars. Cold air crept into our boots. Still no sounds, not even owls. Eventually, sometime close to midnight, we both agreed we had to check that towel. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was a weird burial. But the only way to stop thinking about it was to go back and look. We hiked back with headlamps, keeping our lights dimmed. The hill was steep, covered in loose rock and dry needles. It took effort to reach the tree. Up close, the smell was worse. We stood over it for a while before doing anything. Eric found a long stick, and I braced myself. He nudged the towel, unrolling it slowly. Inside was an owl, a large one, maybe a great horned or a barred owl. Its feathers were still smooth, its eyes closed. It hadn't been dead long. No signs of trauma, no blood, just dead, wrapped up tight and placed deliberately in the crook of a tree, 200 feet up a steep hillside, nowhere near a trail or road. We both stood there, not speaking, just staring. There's no good reason for that to exist. You don't hike that far uphill with a dead owl unless you're doing something very specific, very intentional. We left it as we found it. Hiked back in silence. No yokes, no guesses. That night, I barely slept. Every crack of the fire, every rustle outside the tent made me sit up. I wasn't scared of being attacked. It was something deeper, a nervous tension that didn't let go. By first light, we packed up and left. Nobody fussed. No hike. Just gone. Back in town, I filed a quiet report with the local ranger office. Told them about the tent in the tree, the notebooks, the wrapped animals. They said they'd send someone to check it out. Maybe they did. I don't know. I never followed up. That was 3 years ago. Since then, I've worked plenty of rough assignments. Rescue calls in bad weather, drug road busts, angry survivalists with rifles. But nothing has stayed with me the way that weekend did. Not because anything happened to us, but because something was happening there, and we got just close enough to see the edge of it. I still think about that, Al. About the notebook that said, "Don't sleep near the tree." About the body wrapped in a quilt. About how quiet the forest was. It reminded me that even with all our experience, all our gear, and all our rules, the woods are bigger than us. Some places carry weight. Some places feel like they've been used for something else, something private, something not meant for visitors. I don't camp off-road in Poudre Canyon anymore. And when people ask me for good off-grid spots near Fort Collins, I give them a different direction. Because I don't think that place was ever meant for camping. And deep down, I don't think we were supposed to find it. I've spent most of my life outdoors. Some people grow up in neighborhoods, running between fences and cul-de-sacs. I grew up between tree lines, around trails that weren't on any map, and with the sounds of birds and wind instead of traffic. I eventually became a park ranger because, well, that's what felt natural. I was already out there more than most. And even when I wasn't working, I was either hiking, camping, or hunting. I come from a long line of hunters. For us, it wasn't just sport. It was tradition, almost a ritual, in a way. The kind of thing you plan the rest of your year around. The kind of thing that makes you wake up hours before sunrise, pour bad coffee into a thermos, and head out into the cold woods with an old rifle slung over your shoulder. Opening day for deer season always brings a certain kind of excitement. There's a tension in the air, like something's waiting to happen. That morning was no different. My dad and I were up at 4 a.m., getting dressed in layers of camo and thermals, making sure we had everything packed and double-checked. This particular hunting trip wasn't in a park or public land. It was on private property, my cousin's land in western Wisconsin. Roux terrain, lots of wooded hills, valleys, and scattered patches of open land. It's perfect deer country. My cousin and his dad had put up several tree stands and a small hunting shack years ago. All of us, my dad, cousins, some uncles, and friends, took turns hunting there over the years. We always kept a tight schedule. Safety first. We'd log which stands or hills we'd be using that day inside the shack. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. That morning, nobody else was at the shack yet, but we still marked the hill we were going up on the dry erase board inside, just in case someone showed up later. I always liked that, keeping it organized, making sure everyone knew who was where. You don't want people wandering around with rifles in overlapping areas. The air outside was sharp and cold, the kind that cut your breath short. We loaded up the gear on the ATV and drove slowly up the hill, using only the headlights. The woods were still dark, and everything was covered in a sort of bluish-gray hue. The sky hadn't changed color yet, but it was close. We parked the ATV in a small clearing and hiked a short distance to the tree stand we planned to use. My dad took the higher stand, and I stayed about 40 yards down the hill at a lower vantage point near a downed tree and some brush. We had a good view of a deer trail that passed through a gully below. We settled in before the sun came up. I didn't mind the stillness. In fact, I liked it. That's when you hear the most. Every little crunch, every branch snap. It's peaceful but alert. You're always listening, always watching. But that morning, there was nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing. No hustling, no ski hills, no barges. It was just silent. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I figured maybe the weather had thrown things off. Sometimes a cold front makes everything go quiet. By 9 a.m., we hadn't seen a single thing. My toes were starting to go into my boots, and the thermos of coffee was long empty. I looked up toward my dad's stand and saw him shifting around. We agreed earlier that if nothing was moving by mid-morning, we'd head back to the shack, warm up, and give it another shot later. He signaled to come down, so I climbed down on my spot and followed him along the path back toward the ATV. The trail was narrow, with trees pressing in on both sides. You could only walk single file. I stayed a few steps behind him, copying his movements, stepping when he stepped. It's something I'd done for years, not just to stay quiet, But out of habit, about halfway down the trail, I started hearing something strange. At first, I thought it was just an echo of our own steps. But it didn't take long to realize it wasn't quite right. The sound wasn't matching up. When I stepped, I heard another step just a hair too late. Not enough to notice unless you're really paying attention. But I was. Out there, your ears pick up on the smallest things. At first, I brushed it off. Maybe I kicked a branch, or maybe a rabbit darted through the brush. I told myself it was nothing, but it kept happening. Every time my boot hit the dirt, I heard another soft crunch, slightly delayed, like something behind me was copying my steps, but just off rhythm. I stopped walking and looked back up the trail. Nothing but trees and shadows. I listened. Total silence. No wind, no birds, nothing moving. I started walking again, trying not to look nervous. Same thing. Crunch, crunch, then another faint one. Always just a half second behind. I don't know what made me do it, but I spun around quickly, hoping to catch whatever was back there. But there was nothing, just dense trees and gray light. The shadows seemed heavier up the hill, where the sunlight hadn't reached yet. My dad kept walking ahead, unaware. Then, just as I was about to keep going, I saw it. Up the hill, maybe 30 or 40 yards back, something moved behind a tree. Just a flash of motion. I stared hard, and then I saw a pale face peek out from behind the trunk. It was quick, maybe a second, and then it pulled back. I froze. My whole body went cold in a different way. This wasn't like seeing a deer or a bear. This was something else. Something human, or close to it. Then the face peeked again. It was pale, almost gray. Thin. The eyes looked too deep in the sockets. I couldn't make out the rest of the features clearly, but I remember the shape of the head. Slightly misshapen. Too narrow at the bottom. It stayed visible for longer this time. Just staring. Not moving. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I couldn't move, like if I made a sound, it would come closer. My muscles were locked. I watched it watch me, until finally, I forced my legs to turn and walk. I caught up with my dad and kept glancing back. The face wasn't there anymore. I wanted to run, but I kept steady. When we reached the ATV, I looked back one last time and saw it again, stepping out slowly from behind the tree. I saw a shoulder. Thin, dark, bony. The way it moved wasn't right. Like it didn't know how to control its limbs. We left fast. The ATV growled to life, and we tore down the hill trail without looking back. At the shack, the place was still empty. No one else had shown up. We didn't stay. We loaded the gear into the truck and drove off the property. No coffee. Nobody had fussed. Just silence. The whole ride back, I kept thinking about what I saw. My dad didn't say anything. I didn't either. I think we were both trying to make sense of it in our own heads. I never went back to those woods. I had no reason to. It wasn't my land, and I never felt comfortable there again. A few months later, I heard from my cousin that some people had found strange remains on an adjacent property, animal bones arranged in weird piles. They thought it was some young idiots messing around. Probably was, but it added to the feeling that something was off in those hills. I still hunt, but I stick to public land now. Places I know, places I patrol, places I trust. I don't know what I saw that morning. Maybe it was someone living off the grid, someone with mental illness. Maybe it was just some drifter who didn't want to be seen. But the way it moved, the way it watched me, that sticks with me. That wasn't someone out for a walk. That wasn't an accident. I became a park ranger so I could spend my life out here in nature. But that morning taught me something I'll never forget. The woods aren't empty just because they feel silent. And not everything you meet out there wants to be found. I still think about it too often. And when I walk alone, I always listen for that extra footstep behind mine. Just in case. I was about 4 months into a seasonal ranger contract with the state's wetland division, working across parts of western and central Pennsylvania. I had been assigned to a restoration site tucked away off Route 119, not too far from where it crosses under I-81 South. My job was to help flag and map out wetland boundaries so the restoration teams wouldn't go disturbing sensitive spots when they brought in equipment. The area had once been farmland, probably dating back a century or more, but now it was public land, remote, hilly, and not visited often. The terrain was tough to work in. We were in that strange time between late spring and early summer where the bugs are already bad, but the vegetation hasn't fully leafed out yet. That meant I had clear sight lines through the trees, but the gnats and ticks were out in full force. Most days I'd start my hikes in full long sleeves and a mesh bug net over my hat, drenched in DEET, and still come back to the truck with at least one tick crawling up my pants leg. That particular morning, I parked my truck at the edge of service road that hadn't seen a vehicle in years. It was all rutted out with young saplings pushing up through the gravel. I'd be hiking at least 5 to 6 miles round trip, depending on how far the spring system reached. The wetlands I was flagging flowed down from the side of the hill, fed by a network of seeps and small springs that bubbled up in the loamy soil around the base of a wooded slope. My job was to trace the source and follow it down, mapping the hydrology and checking the edges for red flags, rare plant species, sensitive soil layers, anything unusual. I started heading uphill through the undergrowth, GPS unit in one hand and flagging tape slung over my shoulder. I was alone, which was normal. Our unit didn't have the staff to send 2 people to every site, and most of the time I preferred the solitude. You get into a rhythm walking alone through the woods, and you start tuning into little things, distant woodpeckers, shifting breezes, the hollow sound of your boots against wet leaves. That day started out no different. The first seep was easy to spot, just a thin trickle running down from a rock shelf, pooling briefly in a divot in the soil before heading down the hill. I dropped a flag at the edge, jotted down a note in my field book, then started climbing higher to find the source. I did that for maybe an hour, pushing my way through old laurel thickets and pine saplings until I topped out on a shallow ridge with a bit more open canopy. That's when things started to feel off. It wasn't one thing in particular. The woods just felt wrong, like the air had gone still in a way it wasn't supposed to. There weren't any birdsong or chipmunk scurries. No wind, just the sound of my own boots crunching over leaves and sticks, and even that felt muffled somehow. It reminded me of being underwater. That strange, muted silence. I came over a rise, ducking under a fallen tree, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, tucked into a small bowl of land, was what looked like an old abandoned hunting camp. At least, that's what I thought at first. It was messy and overgrown, but you could still see the outlines of what had once been a cleared spot. A couple of old folding chairs, rusted to hell, tipped over next to a fire ring. A moldy mattress lay flat and sagging in the mud, half covered in rotted leaves. There was a mini fridge with the door hanging open and the foam insulation spilling out. Beer cans, natty ice mostly, were scattered in the grass around it. Empty cans of chewing tobacco. An old pair of ripped jeans hanging from a low branch. Tuna cans, some rusted through. It looked like someone had lived out here for a while, though not recently. Maybe a hunter. Maybe someone squatting. Not entirely uncommon on land like this that had transitioned from private to public ownership decades ago. Some people hold on long after they're supposed to be gone. I stood there for a minute, scanning the site. I was about to turn back and head the other direction when something made me freeze. A large German shepherd stepped out from behind one of the trees. It didn't bark or growl. It didn't run. Just looked straight at me. Its coat was clean. Not just clean, asterisk well-groomed star. It had that slight sheen to it that dogs only get when someone brushes them regularly. No collar that I could see, but not a stray. Not feral. My first thought was, I'm screwed. A dog this far out in the woods, not barking, just staring, that's not normal. I didn't know if it was going to attack or run, but I raised the handle of my shovel just in case. I didn't make a sound, just waited. The dog didn't move. Then, after a few seconds, it turned its head to the side and looked up the hill, as if to say, follow me. I didn't move. Then the dog started walking. It would walk a few steps, then turn to look back at me. Now, I've seen enough to know better than to follow a strange dog into the woods, especially near a camp like this. But something about its behavior struck me. It wasn't aggressive. It didn't look sick. It almost seemed like it was trying to get my attention. I kept thinking maybe someone had a medical emergency and the dog was trained, maybe a lost hiker, maybe a collapsed hunter. I don't know. It was the one time in my life I didn't trust my gut. And I followed. We moved up the hill, deeper into the trees. It was quieter up here, still no birds. Just the occasional crack of a stick under the dog's feet. The terrain got steeper, and the vegetation changed. More pine, less undergrowth. The air felt heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. Then I saw them. In a clearing, maybe 20 feet wide, there were dolls. Dozens of them. They were half buried in the soil, only their heads and arms sticking up. All of them arranged in a circle around the base of a tree. Their arms were pointing upward, toward the center. Their faces were filthy, faded by sun and rain, with dirt packed into the seams where eyes used to be. It looked like they had been placed there deliberately, and they'd been out there for a while. They weren't tossed or scattered. They were set, and in the center of the circle, hanging from the tree like some horrific centerpiece, was the carcass of a deer. It had been hoisted into the tree and looped over a thick limb. Its legs were tied with rough cord, stiff and stretched, as if someone had deliberately positioned it. The body was decaying, bloated. Flies swarmed in thick clouds. The rib cage had been cut open and split wide. The organs were gone. I didn't even think. I turned and walked straight back the way I came. I didn't run. I didn't want to make noise, but I didn't stop either. My GPS was still logging my tracks, and I followed the little breadcrumb trail back down the hill, past the dog, which was nowhere to be seen now, past the rotted-out camp, past the seep lines I had flagged, all the way back to the old service road, and then to my truck. It wasn't until I was in the cab, doors locked, engine running, that I let myself breathe. I drove straight to the ranger station, logged my equipment, filed my flagging data, and left the rest blank. I didn't mention the camp. I didn't say anything about the dolls or the deer or the dog. I didn't want to get pulled into some investigation. I was getting married in less than a month. I wasn't about to risk my safety or my future for whatever the hell that was. A few days later, I requested reassignment to a different district. I wrapped up the restoration job with the bare minimum of work required, and I made a note never to go back near that drainage area again. I still think about it sometimes. I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was some weird backwoods art project. Maybe it was the remnants of a cult or a group of squatters trying to scare people off. Maybe it was just some sick person with a lot of time on their hands. But none of that explains the dog. And none of that explains why the woods went so quiet when I got close. All I know is that job's done. The data's logged. The boundaries are marked. And I'm never going back. I've been in the field for almost 10 years, and I've seen a lot of strange things. But that was the only time I truly felt like I wasn't supposed to be somewhere. Whatever was up there on that ridge, it wasn't meant to be found. And I'm not going to be the one who goes back looking. I don't usually put a lot of stock in dreams. I've spent the better part of my life out here in the woods, where things make sense. Trees grow where there's light and water. Animals come and go with the seasons. The wind carries scent in the morning and drops it by dusk. The rhythms are clear if you know what to look for. But there's one night I still think about, and no matter how much time has passed, I can't shake the feeling that something about that night wasn't just a dream. I'm not saying I believe in anything out there, but sometimes the line between what's real and what your mind makes up when you're asleep gets thinner than you'd like. It happened last year, in late September, when the heat of summer had finally started to slip away and the days were just short enough to remind you that fall was coming. I was working a solo rotation in Sequoia National Park, up near one of the older campgrounds that had seen better days. The kind of place you won't find on brochures anymore. Some cracked picnic benches, a couple of rusted fire rings, and a vault toilet that no one had used in a week. I liked it for those very reasons. It was quiet. No tourists stumbling and asking for Wi-Fi or trying to find cell signal in the middle of bare country. Just trees, rock, and space to breathe. I was camping out my truck that week, as I often do on those solo runs. Nothing fancy, just the usual setup of the camper shell over the bed, my sleeping bag tucked inside with a foam pad, a cooler, and the essentials. I'd parked not far from an outcropping of granite boulders that caught the last bit of sunlight every evening. After a long day patrolling some back trails and checking a few weather sensors, I grabbed a cold beer from the cooler, climbed up one of those boulders, and sat down to watch the stars come out. The air was clear that night, the kind of stillness you only get above 7,000 feet. when the wind dies off and the trees settle down for the night. The sky turned deep blue, then black, and the stars poured out overhead like someone had cracked the ceiling of the world. I lay back on the warm stone and let it all soak in. That's when I noticed them, small depressions in the granite, weathered smooth by time but unmistakable. Mortar bowls, maybe 5 or 6 of them in a loose circle. Near one edge, I found shallow linear grooves, stone sharpening marks, the kind made by years of carving tools or shaping points. Signs of people who had been here long before us. It gave me a weird sort of feeling. Not a spooky one, just quiet. Heavy, like I was sitting on something old, something that didn't belong to me. Eventually, I climbed down and crawled into the back of my truck. I zipped up the sleeping bag and shut the tailgate window behind me, left the side flaps half cracked for air, and lay down with the smell of pine still in my hair and the feeling of warm rock under my skin. I was out within minutes, but sometime deep in the night, I opened my eyes, or at least I thought I did. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. I was still in my sleeping bag, but I wasn't in the truck anymore. I was on the forest floor, lying on a bed of pine needles in a dense part of the woods I didn't recognize. No campsites, no roads, no boulders, just trees around me in every direction, close and dark and whispering in the wind. It was cold. My breath came out in little white clouds. I tried to sit up, but something kept me down. Not physically, but like my limbs didn't want to respond. It felt like sleep paralysis, but I was outside. I turned my head instead, just enough to the left, and that's when I saw it. A long, sinuous movement on the forest floor. Black, wet shifting. At first, I thought it was a shadow. Then I saw the glint of scales, hundreds of tiny bodies weaving over and under one another, moving like a tide across the ground. They weren't coming toward me, not directly, just flowing in a thick line across the pine needles. Snakes, all of them jet black, thin and quick, like eels without water. Then, out of that mass, one shape rose higher than the rest. Thicker, heavier. The telltale rattle at the end of its tail was unmistakable. A western diamondback, big, fat, and slow compared to the others. It broke from the current of smaller snakes and slithered straight toward me. I tried to move, to kick, to sit up, but all I could do was jerk weakly inside the sleeping bag as the thing drew closer. It reared up just inches from my face. I could see its tongue flick out, tasting the air. Its eyes were black and calm, like polished river stones. It struck. The sleeping bag caught the bite and dulled it, but I felt the pressure, the punch of its jaws right against my ribs. I kicked again, harder this time. The snake dropped back and slithered away without sound, disappearing once more into the mass of moving bodies. I could still hear the faint rattle behind it, but even that faded with distance. I turned my head the other way. I don't know why. Maybe instinct. And that's when I realized what I'd been resting my head on. It wasn't dirt or a pack or a roll of clothing. It was flesh, coarse black hair. I shifted my eyes and saw the shape of a body lying behind me. Massive, hooved, a dead horse, or something that had once been a horse. The belly had been cut open, the hide pulled back like a slit tent flap. And inside, if you can believe this, I saw the snakes crawling in. Not just a few, but all of them. The whole line of eels and black vines was crawling up into its stomach like they were going home. It was too much. Something about that image flipped a switch in me. Fear turned into raw panic. I gasped hard and finally sat up for real. Only now I was back in the bed of my truck, upright, sweating through my clothes, heart hammering like I'd just been chased. The sleeping bag was twisted around my legs. My head had hit the shell window hard enough to leave a red mark. My hands were shaking, and my chest ached where I thought the snake had struck. But there was no wound, no blood, just pressure and memory. I climbed out of the truck and stood barefoot in the cold dirt. The stars were still overhead, the sky untouched, silent. I looked toward the boulders. They were there, just as I'd left them. The mortar holes, the sharpening grooves, the flat, sun-warmed granite, still and ancient. I didn't go back to sleep that night. The next morning, I checked the area for snake tracks or any signs of wildlife. Nothing. No signs of a large animal dying nearby. No disturbed soil. Not even a trace of a rattlesnake. I checked myself over, too. No bites. No todo en este beanbag. Everything exactly as it should have been. I try to laugh it off, chalk it up to a strange dream. Maybe it was the altitude. Maybe the beer and long day caught up to me. But something in my gut didn't let it go so easy. The rest of that week was uneventful, but I never slept quite right again during that rotation. Every night, I dreamed in pieces, snakes in the grass, flickering shadows, movement just beyond the corners of my eyes. Nothing as vivid as that first night, but enough to keep me waking up damp and tired. While I got back to base and logged my reports, I didn't mention the dream. I kept it to myself for months. Eventually, I did some reading on the area, old ethnographies, tribal histories, geological records. I found mention of a particular group of Yokuts who used to gather at those very boulders to grind acorns and shape obsidian tools. They believed the forest had its own sleep, and that certain places were closer to its dreaming than others. They didn't fear those places, but they treated them with respect. They didn't sleep near them, didn't camp on them, said they weren't for us. I'm not superstitious, and I'm not saying I believe that dream was something mystical. I'm just saying I don't sleep near those boulders anymore. I don't climb them. I don't sit on them when the stars come out. There are plenty of other rocks to sit on in that park. Somewhere out there, deep in the forest, there's a memory my brain made up. A long black river of snakes. A dead horse. A bite that never happened. But it's in me now like a faint scar. And when the wind moves just right through the trees at night, I swear I can still hear the rattle, just past the edge of sleep. And I stay awake, just in case. I work in one of the roughest places left in North America. A national park you can't drive into, a place where float planes are the only taxis and salmon-eating brown bears are just part of the daily rhythm. Out here, you don't control much. The rivers decide where you can walk. The weather decides whether you get out alive. The wildlife doesn't ask permission to come near. And mistakes? They don't wait long to remind you what they cost. The season had just started when the first thing happened, the one I didn't think much of at the time, but that set a tone for everything that came after. I was camped on a gravel bar, not far from a bear trail that ran along a braided stretch of the river. It was early June. Sun still hung in the sky past midnight, and I had gone to sleep in that soft, half-light that never quite becomes darkness up here. I woke up to splashing, not the quiet lap of the river along the rocks. This was a slow, deliberate churning sound, water pushing against something big. My ears knew it before my brain caught up. Something was swimming. And not just that, it was swimming straight for me. I didn't move right away. I lay there in my tent, listening. The water noise stopped. Then came the squelch of feet on mud, the sound of something dripping, shaking off water. Something heavy. My heart picked up. I knew that sound. I slowly unzipped the tent, just a sliver enough to see. Sure enough, not more than 20 feet away, a brown bear, big but not huge, stood just above the shore. Ears up, sniffing, eyes locked on my tent. It had crossed the water straight to me. That bear stood there for a solid minute, head moving side to side like it was weighing something in its mind. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. Then, just as suddenly, it turned back the way it came, slipped into the water, and vanished into the current. That was the first incident. It felt more like a warning than a close call. 2 days later, I was a few miles upriver, doing vegetation surveys along a gravel fan. It was overcast, the kind of day that feels like it's holding its breath. I moved carefully, crossing willow patches, taking GPS readings and flagging lines through thick sedge. My head was down, focused on the clipboard. That was my mistake. I heard a sniff. Not just any sniff. The kind that sends something straight through your spine. I turned slowly, and there they were, 15 meters away at most. A big sow with a cub behind her. I must have walked right across their path earlier without realizing it. She didn't charge. She didn't bluff. She just stared, nose high, ears perked. Her body was stiff and low, like she was weighing me. The cub shifted behind her, uncertain. I stood stock still, trying not to twitch. After maybe 10 seconds, felt like hours, she lowered her head and led the cub off into the brush. I didn't breathe until I'd walked a solid half mile out of there, shaking the whole time. A week after that, I was downriver again about a mile from my tent. Earlier that day, I had floated past a dead moose along the bank. Fresh kill, ribs open wide, and I could see a few tufts of bare hair still clinging to it. I didn't stop. That night, just past midnight, something started circling camp. I could hear it, snorting, huffing, branches cracking. It wasn't trying to sneak. That usually means it's either young and dumb or pissed off. I unzipped the fly, just enough to see out. That's when I caught sight of it. A boar. Not huge, but beat up. One of its ears was torn. It limped slightly on its front leg. Its eyes were wrong, wild, hungry. I did the usual. Bang pot, stood tall, made noise. It backed off into the willows. I thought that was it. I sat back down, tense but relieved. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. Closer this time. I got up, yelled, threw a rock in its direction. It trotted back toward the trees, then came back again. This repeated itself 3 more times. The bear was testing me. It had lost that moose to something, maybe a bigger bear, and now it was pissed and desperate. It wasn't afraid of me. I had bear spray, but I knew if that thing decided to rush me, I was in trouble. Eventually, hours later, just before dawn, it left. But I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there in the dirt with the spray in my hand, waiting to hear it again. The next incident was something altogether different. No animals this time, just wind and time. I was at one of our remote cabins. Nothing fancy, just plywood walls, a metal roof, and a couple of bunks bolted to the frame. No installation, no radio, just a waypoint in the middle of nowhere. A willow wall moved in that night. If you've never experienced one, it's not just wind. It's a force. It starts fast and gets faster, then stays that way for hours. Sustained 40 miles per hour with gusts near 60. I could hear it building before it hit. Low moans in the trees, like the forest itself was bracing. Then it hit. The cabin shook like it was being tested. Pumice stones, loosened from ridgelines, came down and skittered across the roof and walls. Some hit hard enough to make me flinch. The wind screamed through the gaps in the walls, made the nails creak in their holes. Each gust slammed the structure like a wave hitting a boat. I sat in the corner of that cabin for 48 hours, wrapped in every piece of clothing I had, listening to the building flex and groan. Every minute, I wondered if the roof would come off. Every hour, I checked the door to make sure it wasn't blown open. When it finally let up, the ground was littered with branches and stone. The lake was white-capped and angry, and I felt like I'd aged a year. That wasn't fear of an animal or a misstep. That was a slow, grinding fear, the kind that just wears you down. Not long after that storm, I had to cross a glacial river. They tell you all the time, don't do it alone, don't do it heavy. But there are moments when you've got no choice. I had a 50-pound pack. Camp was on the other side. I checked the flow and picked what looked like a decent channel. Waist deep, fast but not foaming. I cinched my chest strap, unbuckled the waist in case I went under, and stepped in. The water hits like ice knives. Your legs go numb almost immediately. Every rock feels like it wants to roll. I planted my staff with every step, leaned into the current. But halfway across, I stumbled. One boot slipped. The staff jammed between 2 stones and stuck. I pitched forward. My hand caught the staff just in time, and I righted myself. My heart slammed into my ribs like it was trying to escape. If I'd gone under, that river would have carried me into rocks fast enough to break bones. No one was coming to help. I made it across, but I sat on the far side for an hour, just shaking, trying to feel my feet again. But none of that compares to the plane. This was near the end of the season. I had been dropped off to do cleanup and pack gear from a fish counting station deep in the backcountry. The pilot was a local guy, solid, experienced. We loaded up and took off with clear skies and glassy water. About 20 minutes into the flight, we were cruising above the tundra when the engine gave cough. Then another. Then silence. I heard the prop slow, tick, 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 and stop. The wind through the struts was the only sound. That was the moment I truly understood what helplessness feels like. We were just gliding. No options. No highways below. Just brush, rivers, and open gravel bars. The pilot didn't panic. He scanned fast, saw a stretch of open gravel down by a river bend, and aimed. I watched the altimeter drop. The trees rushed up. I braced. We hit hard, skipped once, bounced, then rolled to a stop about 30 feet from the water. The silence afterward was the loudest thing I've ever heard. We made it out, hiked 2 days downriver to a ranger station. The plane got hauled out weeks later. But that moment, that silence as the engine stopped, stays with me. I've seen a lot out here. Bears, storms, cliffs, rivers. But it's that moment in the air that sits deepest in my chest. Everything else you can fight, make noise, run, wait it out. But not gravity, not empty fuel tanks. That's the truth about this work. You don't win out here. You survive. You stay sharp. You listen to your gut. And when something doesn't feel right, you turn around, even if it costs you the day. Because out here, one bad step doesn't give you a second chance. I still go back, every season, because it's the most beautiful place I've ever seen. But I don't sleep quite the same anymore. I keep my boots by the tent door. I check the wind before I step into the water. And I always make sure that fuel tank is topped off. I used to be a seasonal park ranger along the east coast of Australia, bouncing between various national parks, most of them coastal, some tucked deeper inland. It wasn't always glamorous work. A lot of the job was routine, checking permits, repairing signage, clearing trash, logging campfire rings, and making sure tourists didn't light half the bush on fire. But sometimes I'd get pulled into less official situations where I found myself playing babysitter, medic, or sometimes just quiet witness to things I couldn't make up if I tried. This particular story took place one summer season, back when things were especially loose. The rules hadn't tightened up yet. The pandemic wasn't even a rumor, and backpacker crowds were steady. I've been assigned to a national park that was mostly forest and beachland, a few designated campgrounds out in the coastal trail, nothing too fancy. Just long stretches of eucalyptus scrub, twisted gum trees, narrow trails, and the occasional inland river that fed into the sea. One of the campgrounds was particularly popular with younger groups, surfers, uni students, van lifers. It had that lawless kind of charm, far enough from a main town to feel like no one was watching, but close enough to civilization that it attracted all types. It was on a Saturday morning when I first saw the group roll in. 4 of them, all young guys in a beat-up Mitsubishi van coated in old surf stickers, dings, and layers of red coastal dust. I remember the number plates were from Queensland, so they'd already been on the road for a while before they reached this patch of New South Wales. I wasn't there to greet them officially. I just happened to be doing rounds near the edge of the site when they pulled in. They were loud, shirtless, amped up on road trip adrenaline. One guy got out and immediately cracked a beer. Another was filming on a phone. I noted it all, but didn't approach. I never liked to open a conversation unless there was a reason. Better to observe for a bit and gauge who I was dealing with. From what I saw, they were typical of the crowd that came through. Backpackers on a bender, probably chasing some half-baked plan to hit every beach from Byron to Melbourne. Their van reeked of weed and warm beer, even from 20 meters away. They were setting up camp quickly and sloppily. Tent poles sticking out odd angles, tarps flapping in the breeze, gear thrown in a messy pile like they didn't expect to stay organized for long. That afternoon was hot, humid and still, the kind of heat that makes everything smell stronger. Sun-baked leaves, diesel, sweat, and something else that lingered near their site, a sour chemical tinge I couldn't place. I chalked it up to the booze and weed and moved on. I had work to do, checking trailheads, logging fallen branches, clearing an old fire pit someone had built too close to dry scrub. It was all routine, the kind of work that filled the daylight hours until the night rolled in and things always got more unpredictable. By sunset, I was back at the ranger station, a simple shack with solar panels, a weather monitor, and two-way radio connection to the main hub in town. I cooked myself a tin of stew, recorded a few notes in my logbook, and stepped out to listen. The forest changes sound as the sun sets. The cockatoos fade out. The frogs start up. You start hearing the softer thuds of wallabies and the occasional eerie laugh of a kookaburra echoing out of nowhere. I always listen for human sounds too. Music, shouting, engines, anything out of place. Sure enough, not long after the stars came out, I heard the telltale signs of the group from the van getting into full swing. Music blaring, laughter rising in waves, the faint hissing pop of beer cans opening, and what sounded like someone trying to play the harmonica very badly. I knew they were well into their stash of fun by then. I wasn't going to walk over there unless it got dangerous. This wasn't a patrol park like the big ones up north. I just had to make sure they didn't set the bush alight or stumble into the ocean in the dark. Then around midnight, the music dipped for a bit. The generator must have died, or they just lost interest in playing DJ. The sounds that replaced it were more chaotic, scuffling in the dirt, muffled groans, sporadic whoops of someone either winning a wrestling match or vomiting behind a tree. Then silence for a good stretch. That kind of silence wasn't normal, not with a group like that. I stepped outside again and stood in the dark, headlamp off, just watching the tree line. Every now and then I saw a faint flicker of their firelight bouncing off the canopy. Then, out of the shadows near the trailhead, I saw a movement. It wasn't fast or loud, just a single figure stumbling along the edge of the river track, moving toward the water. I couldn't tell if it was one of the campers or just a hiker who had wandered out too far. The guy had a headlamp on, bouncing wildly as he staggered, and he was shirtless, bare feet. He held something in one hand, and as he got closer to the edge of the river clearing, I saw he had a huge knife clenched between his teeth. The kind of knife people only bring camping when they want to feel like Rambo. He squatted just before the riverbank, awkwardly like a broken marionette, and just froze there for a while. I stayed where I was, watching. No sound from him, no movement, just a slow turn of the headlamp beam as it swung with his breath. The light would hit the reeds, a gum tree trunk, a ripple in the river surface. Then it would shoot up into the canopy again, wobble, and dip low to the dirt. I could tell from his posture that he wasn't just drunk. This was more than that. He was too stiff in some moments, too jerky in others. He wasn't in control. He was seeing things I couldn't. I was about to walk over when suddenly he bolted upright, tripped backward over his own feet, and nearly plunged headfirst into the river. Instead, he scrambled up on all fours like a crab, pants still half down, eyes wild in the dim glow of his own light. I saw his silhouette now. He was swinging the knife around in frantic arcs like he was fighting something off. He kept slashing at the darkness. Then he grabbed at a sapling like it was a lifeline and hauled himself up, stumbling back toward the trail. He disappeared into the trees, and a few seconds later, I heard a distant rustle, then the sound of retching. I didn't sleep much that night. I wasn't sure if I should go check on the group or just let them ride it out. I didn't hear screams or crashes, no smell of fire. I figured they'd come down in a few hours, then either pack up in shame or pretend it never happened. Morning came. Fog hung low over the ground. I stepped out of the shack and made my way toward the site. I could smell smoke from a smothered campfire and hear someone snoring from inside a half-collapsed tent. Two of the guys were asleep in the dirt beside the van, one arm over his face, the other holding a now-empty bottle of whiskey like it was a teddy bear. The guy from the river was standing just outside his tent, blinking in the sunlight, trying to piece things together. He looked like death warmed over, sunken cheeks, dried mud on his calves, shirtless, knife still stuck into the ground like he'd posted it there during battle. He turned, shuffled over to a nearby bush, and pissed for what felt like 5 straight minutes. Then he froze. I watched him look to his left, squinting. He took 3 steps toward the trees, then started a laugh. Not a polite laugh. A full-body, gut-twisting, wheezing laugh. He pointed. I followed his gaze. There, maybe 50 meters from their camp, hidden slightly by a curve in the trail and some bushes, was a proper, plumbed public toilet block. Concrete walls, locked doors, solar light above the entrance. Not even camouflaged. Just there. I think he realized right then what had happened. That in his mushroom-soaked state, he'd ignored every sensible thought and marched off into the wild to take the most terrifying shit of his life beside a river full of crocodile myths and zombie trees, only to find out he was a 2-minute walk from civilization. They stayed one more night, kept it low-key, then packed up the next morning. I never said anything about it. I didn't need to, but I remember it clear as day. The way that guy held himself, the way the beam from his headlamp cut across the bush, the way he fought with things that weren't there. It stuck with me more than I expected it would. Not because it was dangerous or tragic, but because it reminded me of how thin the line really is between comfort and fear in the wild. One step into darkness, one altered state of mind, one forgotten toilet block, and the bush becomes something else entirely. That's the kind of thing you don't learn from ranger manuals. That's just something you witness. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you get to laugh about it later. But I never forgot the way he looked, bare-assed on the riverbank, knife between his teeth, face lit by the swinging beam of his own confusion, surrounded by ghosts he brought with him. And all for a dump he could have taken in a proper toilet. That's the most terrifying shit I've ever seen taken in a national park. And I've seen a lot. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years now, mostly in the northern Midwest. It's quiet work, long days alone, and the kind of job where not a lot happens until it does. Most people think being a ranger means hiking and helping tourists. That's part of it. But the rest? The parts people don't talk about? That's what sticks with you. There's one park in particular I always think about. I won't say the name. It's a few hours drive from where I live now, and I still go out there a couple times a year to walk the back trails or camp if I have a few days off. But I don't stay overnight anymore. Not after what I saw there years ago, and especially not near the ponds. This park is big. Thousands of acres of hills, thick forest, clearings, swamps, and stretches of logging roads that were carved out decades ago and never properly closed. That's where the weird things happen. Not in the places with signs or bathrooms or trail maps. I'm talking about the logging roads that snake miles deep into the woods. Places so quiet the air almost hums. When I was 13, before I became a ranger, my family used to camp there every summer. We weren't the type to stay in marked campgrounds. My dad preferred more secluded spots, away from noise, people, and rules. We'd take a beat-up old sedan down these overgrown paths, past thick brambles and long-forgotten tire tracks, and we'd camp where it felt right. That summer we found a beautiful spot between two large ponds, up a slope surrounded by tall grass and pines. The air smelled sweet with damp moss and pine sap. Dragonflies zipped over the water. The ponds were alive with the constant croaking of frogs. Thousands of them, it seemed, a deep wall of sound that rolled over the water like thunder. It was one of the prettiest places we'd ever camped. We got there late afternoon, set up the tent, made a fire, cooked some sausages and marshmallows. My dad showed me how to build a proper fire ring out of rocks. My mom laid out a plastic tablecloth over a fallen log and played cards with my younger brother. We had no cell phones, no music, just the frogs, the wind, and each other. For a while, everything was perfect. But that night, around 2 or 3 a.m., something happened that I still think about. I woke up because of the sound of engines, heavy ones, getting louder fast. At first I thought it might be thunder, but the sound didn't roll like that. It growled. I unzipped the tent door and peeked out. My dad was already sitting up outside by the fire pit, which had gone out, his flashlight in hand, but turned off. Then from the edge of the tree line, 2 massive black trucks came bursting through the brush. These weren't regular pickups. They were big, jacked-up suspension, wide tires, lifted frames, military-looking grills. One of them had a winch mounted to the front and heavy-duty floodlights strapped to the roof, but none of the lights were on. Both trucks were completely blacked out, not even parking lights, and they moved like they knew exactly where they were going. I remember thinking the noise alone should have scared every frog, raccoon, and deer for a mile around. But strangely, the frogs didn't stop right away. Their croaking kept going for another minute or so, even as the trucks pulled up right next to our tent, not even 30 feet away, and came to a stop. Then it went silent, dead silent. The frogs cut off like someone had thrown a switch. The doors opened, all 4 on both trucks, and men started pouring out. I don't know how they all fit in there. There had to be 12, maybe 15 of them total. All of them wearing black, all moving in perfect sync, no flashlights, no talking, no hesitation. They didn't even look at us. They walked straight toward the ponds with wide, shallow nets in their hands. Some waded into the water up to their knees. Others stayed at the edge. The men fanned out across both ponds, like they'd done this before. In total silence, they started scooping frogs from the water. I remember being frozen, not with fear exactly, but with that deep confusion that comes when something is just wrong. My dad stood up and waved his hands, probably to say something, but the men didn't acknowledge him. Not a glance. Nothing. They worked like machines, netting frogs and depositing them into large plastic tubs they brought in the truck beds. Some of the tubs had air holes poked in them. They even had lids, like they were made for this. No one spoke. No one used lights. No one gave any signals or instructions. Just net after net, frog after frog. It lasted just over an hour. When the tubs were full, probably hundreds of frogs between them, they packed up, got back in their trucks, and vanished into the woods. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. My mom, who'd watched from the tent, just kept asking what they were doing. My dad stood there until the engine sounds faded completely. By dawn, the ponds were still. No kuruas, no movement, not even ripples. Later that morning, my brother and I found one frog limping along the shore. It had a torn leg. We gently placed it back in the water, but it just floated near the surface like it didn't know what to do. The ponds didn't come back to life. No frogs called the rest of the weekend. The woods felt emptier, lighter, dead in a way I couldn't explain at the time. We went back to that same spot twice in later years. The frogs never fully returned. A few here and there, but the sound, the wall of croaks, it was gone. I still think about those men. I don't know who they were or what they were doing. Poachers maybe, but for frogs? Frog legs aren't exactly high dollar around here. And if it was for food, it didn't make sense to take that many. Not in the middle of the night. Not like that. They were prepared. They didn't just stumble on the ponds. They knew. That stuck with me even years later when I started working for the Park Service. Fast forward 10 years. I was posted in that same park, running routine patrols of the back roads and checking on some of the lesser used trails. Most of my work was boring, clearing fallen branches, fixing signs, cataloging animal sightings, reporting illegal campsites. But I liked the quiet. One weekend in late spring, I got a call to check on some debris that had been reported along a narrow side road, one that matched the old path near those two ponds from my childhood. The report wasn't urgent, just trash or dumped gear, but I felt like checking it out personally. The road had changed since I was a kid. More overgrowth, fallen trees. I had to hike the last mile on foot. As I got closer to the hill between the two ponds, I started to get that familiar itch, the one you get when something's off. The water was low, probably from the mild winter. The ponds looked smaller, murkier. No frog calls, not a single one. I found the debris, a torn net, a cracked plastic tub, the kind you'd use for transporting animals. It was half buried in mud under some reeds. There were deep tire ruts nearby, newer than anything else around. I took pictures and logged it, but there wasn't much else to do. It looked old, weathered. Still, it triggered something in me. I walked the perimeter of both ponds. That's when I found it. On the far side of the eastern pond, hidden under a collapsed pine tree, there was a kind of trench dug into the dirt. Inside were dozens of frog skeletons. Clean bones, not scattered, placed, like someone had dumped them there deliberately. Next to them was a stack of small white plastic tags, the kind used in research, tied with wire loops. They were blank. All of them. I didn't report it. Not officially. I didn't know what to say, illegal frog pit. But after that, I started paying more attention to the ponds across the park. Over the next 2 years, I noticed a pattern. Every spring, certain bodies of water, usually small, remote ones, would go quiet overnight. Frog populations would vanish. Other animals too, salamanders, turtles, even snakes in one case. It wasn't every pond, just a few, always isolated, always in the middle of the night. No trash, no tire tracks, no sign of human presence. But I knew. One time I set up a motion trigger trail cam near one of those spots in the weeks leading up to spring. It recorded raccoons, deer, even a bobcat. Then one night, the footage skipped. A full 4-hour block was corrupted. The next morning, frogs were gone. I showed it to a colleague, but they shrugged. Must have been an error, they said. Maybe it was. but it felt familiar. That summer, I camped with some friends in a totally different area of the park, miles from the ponds. We set up late, cooked brats, drank a few beers, and told stories. I didn't tell them mine. I never do. It just sounds weird when you say it out loud. That night, we heard something moving near the cooler. I thought it was a raccoon at first, but then I saw the cooler shift and tip slightly, like something big had lifted it. We all sat up. No flashlights. We were too stunned. Out of the dark came a black bear, not huge, maybe 250 pounds, dragging the cooler away by the handle. We watched it disappear into the woods with our beer and marshmallows. That morning, we found the cooler half crushed in a dry creek bed. The cans were dented. The marshmallows were gone. He'd picked around everything else. It was funny at the time, but somehow that bear stealing our food felt normal compared to what I'd seen years ago. Animals stealing from humans? That makes sense. But humans silently stealing from nature in the dead of night, again and again. It was early October, about 4 years ago, when I took a short trip up to Yosemite on a long weekend. I was a park ranger based out of Sequoia National Park back then, but I wasn't working that weekend, just visiting as a regular guy. The drive from Yosemite back home wasn't terribly long, but the winding roads and scattered pull-offs could drag a 3-hour trip into 4 or 5. Still, I always enjoyed the drive. That trip, I remember the leaves just starting to turn, a crisp edge in the wind, and that soft kind of quiet you only get in the Sierras when fall starts creeping in. I was heading southbound on Highway 41, somewhere just outside the park boundary but still surrounded by forest. It was a little past 5 p.m., and the sun was starting to sink lower in the sky. That soft golden hour had just begun, casting warm light through the trees and stretching long shadows across the road. The pavement had that late afternoon gleam, half baked by sun and half cooled by the breeze slipping through the canyons. I've been holding in a full bladder for the last half hour, waiting for a safe pull-off. Most of the road didn't have much of a shoulder, and I'm not the kind of guy to pull off in a soft dirt or grass when I'm in a state-owned vehicle. Eventually, I found a good spot, a widened turnout with enough room for one vehicle and a slope clearing that ran about 30 feet down into the forest before thick trees picked back up. I threw the truck into park, grabbed my Ranger cap off the dash, and stepped out. There wasn't a soul in sight. No cars behind me, none ahead, and no signs of other hikers or campers. I stretched, cracked my neck, and walked a little ways down the embankment, just far enough to be out of sight from the road. I wasn't deep in the woods, maybe 10 or 15 feet from the edge of the shoulder. I faced the trees, unzipped, and let nature take its course. I remember feeling peaceful, the kind of calm that only hits after being behind the wheel too long. The birds were active, chirping high and rapid like they do before dusk. The wind rustled the dry leaves overhead, and now and then you'd hear the tick-tick of something small, maybe a squirrel, moving through the underbrush nearby. Then the bird stopped. It wasn't gradual. It was instant. All at once, the forest went silent. And I mean dead silent. Not even the sound of wind in the trees. That immediate hush that always makes your skin crawl. Anyone who's spent enough time in the woods knows what that means. Something big was nearby. Bigger than me. Bigger than a deer. Most likely, a bear. I clenched up fast, zipped up, and turned to head back up the slope to the road. The silence was so thick it pressed on my eardrums. The last thing I wanted was to surprise a bear while I was alone and unarmed. I took 3 or 4 cautious steps uphill. I was maybe 25 feet from the truck. I kept my breathing quiet and stayed alert. I wasn't panicked yet, just on edge. Then I heard it. It was the loudest, most unnatural sound I've ever heard in the wilderness. It hit me from somewhere deep in the trees ahead and slightly to my left. It was this long, howling sound like a scream, but not human. Not quite animal either. It sounded almost like an air raid siren from the old Cold War movies, but more raw, distorted somehow, like it was coming through metal pipes or a blown-out speaker. It had a rise and fall like a siren, but with a harsh rasp underneath, and it was loud enough to make my eardrums buzz. It shook my chest. It went on for maybe 7 seconds. Every single part of my body locked up. I didn't move. I couldn't. My instincts weren't screaming run just yet because my brain was still trying to process what I was hearing. I've spent years in the backcountry. I've heard bears growl, mountain lions scream, elk bugle, coyotes bark, and yip through the night. None of that came close to this sound. I took one slow step backward, then another, then turned and bolted. I didn't care about moving quiet anymore. My boots slipped on loose dirt as I scrambled back up the embankment. I cleared the slope in what felt like 2 seconds and nearly fell into the driver's side door of my truck. My hand shook as I jammed the keys into the ignition. I fired up the engine. Just as I was throwing the truck into drive, I heard the sound again, louder. This time it came from almost directly behind me, somewhere down the slope where I'd just been. It was closer than before. Same sound. That horrible, high-pitched siren scream, drawn out and vibrating through my teeth. It was like it passed through my bones and took something with it. The hairs on my neck were standing so straight they hurt. I peeled out without checking the mirror, fishtailed slightly, and sped down the road. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I kept driving until I was well out of the forest and back on a main highway, miles from the tree line. Only then did I pull over, park in the lot of the gas station, and sit with my hands gripping the steering wheel until they stopped trembling. I didn't hear it again that night. I didn't see anything unusual, but something about that moment stuck with me. It wasn't just the sound. It was the way the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, the kind of silence you feel in your gut. Like something ancient and terrible had opened its mouth in the woods and screamed straight into the world. I've tried to rationalize it 100 times since then. First, I thought maybe it really was a mountain lion. Their screams can be blood-curdling, and they carry through the trees in weird ways. But this didn't sound like that. It didn't sound animal. It didn't rise and fall like a cougar scream, and it lasted too long. It wasn't just a burst of fear. It was a siren of agony or rage. Something primal. Something wrong. Then I thought it might have been some weird piece of machinery. Maybe a logging operation nearby, or a pipeline release valve, or even some kids playing a prank with a speaker. But none of that made sense. I was deep in a no-signal zone. No work sites nearby. No tire tracks besides mine. And that second time I heard it, it had moved closer. You could feel the location shift. It wasn't recorded. It was real. Still, I kept it to myself. For a while. I mentioned it offhand to another ranger a few weeks later. Didn't say too much, just asked if he'd ever heard any weird siren type calls up near Yosemite. He gave me a blank look and shook his head. Told me mountain lions can sound strange when they're wounded or angry. I didn't push the issue. I knew he didn't understand what I'd heard. And honestly, I started to feel like I didn't either. But it didn't leave me. I'd wake up some nights with the sound echoing in my ears. Not nightmares exactly, just the memory replaying at full volume. I started reading, digging around for wildlife, sounds, military exercises, anything that could explain it. I went through hours of audio recordings, national park databases, field biologist studies, wildlife call compilations. Nothing matched. Even the closest ones, like fox barks or owl screeches or bobcat caterwauls, weren't close enough. They were either too short, too soft, or too distinctly animal. What I heard wasn't just a noise. It was a statement, a warning, maybe, or a threat. Eventually, I told myself to forget it. Just a freak event. Could have been wind through the trees. Could have been echoes of something more distant bouncing off granite walls and warping on the way down. I convinced myself of that for a while, long enough to stop thinking about it every day. But then last year, I met an old biologist who'd done sound tracking for wildlife migrations in the Sierras. We got to talking during a fire mitigation patrol. I asked if he'd ever heard anything strange up near the Yosemite border. He just gave me a long look and said, "There are sounds in those woods that no one's cataloged. Probably never will." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in monsters or cryptids. I believe in remote terrain, in undiscovered corners of forest, and in animals that don't follow rules. I believe that something out there can still surprise you. Whatever I heard that night wasn't fantasy. It was real. It had weight and presence and a voice. And it wasn't friendly. I don't let it keep me from the woods. I still work long shifts, still hike deep in the backcountry, still sleep alone under the trees. But every once in a while, when the birds go silent and the air tightens around me. I remember that sound. I remember how it moved, how it fell on my chest, how the forest seemed to press in just for a second. And I listen. If I ever hear it again, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll recognize it, and I'll run. I've been working as a ranger for over a decade now. Most of it has been routine, trail maintenance, helping lost hikers, occasional wildlife calls, dealing with the occasional idiot who thinks the woods are their personal playground. But some things stay with you, not because of danger, not because they were loud or violent. Some things cling to your memory just because they were quiet and wrong in a way that doesn't fade. Before I became a ranger, I already had two moments burned into my mind that shaped the way I see the outdoors. I didn't know it at the time, but they pushed me toward this job and made me wary of going too deep into any place where other people aren't supposed to be. The first happened when I was a kid. I must have been 8 or 9. My mom used to take me out with her when she went foraging. She made baskets from reeds and grasses, and she'd always collect interesting pieces from the woods: twigs, moss, stones, and bits of bone if she found any. I liked tagging along, mostly because she'd give me nickels for every piece of trash I picked up. I carried around a canvas bag, sometimes an old picnic basket, depending on the spot we went to. That day we were at a reservoir. I think it was somewhere on the edge of National Park, maybe Colorado, but I can't say for sure. It was early spring. I remember the way the water looked, calm, kind of gray-blue under an overcast sky. We'd been out for maybe half an hour, and I wandered a little way down along the shore while she was up higher collecting willow shoots or something like that. I wasn't far, maybe 50 yards at most. I was just below the slope near the water line, picking up plastic wrappers and beer cans and whatever else people had left behind. I saw what looked like a pale glove lying in the wet gravel near the edge of the water. It was off-white, bloated, almost gray in the fingers. I reached down without thinking and picked it up. It wasn't a glove. I still remember the cold weight of it in my hand. The skin was rubbery and pale, but underneath it, I could feel bone. The fingers flopped loosely. There were scraps of fingernail, and the skin near the wrist was torn and frayed. I didn't process what I was holding right away. I just knew something was horribly wrong. I started screaming, and I couldn't let go. My hands locked around it, and I remember the way it made this dull, wet sound every time I tried to throw it, but my fingers were clenched too tight. My mom came running. I don't remember much after that. Just her peeling my fingers off the hand, me sobbing, the two of us driving like hell to the closest gas station to call the police. It turned out someone had fallen into the water a few days earlier. A group of teenagers drunk on a boat. One of them had gotten too close to the propeller, or maybe fell in and was run over. I don't know all the details. What I do know is that I found what was left of his hand. The cops came, took it, and tried to convince me it was an animal paw. Said it was probably a bear or a raccoon that had bloated weird. But I already knew what I'd seen. And even if I hadn't, I would have known from the way they avoided eye contact when they said it. I didn't talk for weeks after that. Maybe longer. I didn't touch fish for years. Even now, the feel of anything cold and wet, like a raw chicken breast, brings that moment back. That was the first time the outdoors showed me something I wasn't ready to see. The second time came much later. I was in college, spring semester, early 2000s. I was burned out. Classes were rough. Roommates were noisy. I wasn't sleeping well. I decided to take a solo trip before finals. Just a quick 2-night camp in the backcountry in southwestern Colorado. I didn't have a set plan beyond getting space from people. It was supposed to be quiet. Just me and my pack, a tent, and some peace. I took a trailhead that led into a less used section of national forest. It wasn't truly remote, but the paths were narrow and not well marked, and by midweek, I didn't see many other hikers. The first night, I set up near a creek. No issues. Saw some deer at sunset. Heard owls later. Slept better than I had in months. On the second day, I was about halfway through a long loop when I heard voices ahead. A group of people. Sounded like 3 or 4. I didn't really want to deal with anyone, so I cut off trail and went cross-country for a bit, planning to meet back up with the path later. It was dense woods, so I figured they wouldn't even notice me. I moved downhill and into a thicker part of the forest. The trees grew close together here, mostly pines with low, dark branches. I followed a dry stream bed for a while, climbing over rocks and ducking under limbs. That's when I found it. At first, I thought it was just a pile of bones. Maybe a deer carcass picked clean by coyotes. But the closer I got, the stranger it looked. The bones weren't scattered. They were arranged. It was shaped like a table, kind of flat on top, with four leg-like supports. There were all kinds of bones, deer, rabbits, small birds, maybe even a few dog bones. Some I couldn't place. Cleaned of all meat, tied together with twine and wire. Bits of metal hung from string around the structure. Rusty bolts, nails, bottle caps, and other scraps. Some of them clinked in the wind. It wasn't just a pile. It was built, purposefully, carefully. There was something about it that made the hair on my neck stand up. I don't scare easy, but I felt something in my chest that day. Like I'd stepped into someone else's space. Someone who didn't want me there. There was no trash nearby, no footprints, no ashes from fire. It didn't look abandoned. It looked maintained. I didn't stick around. I backtracked fast, heart pounding, ignoring the way my gear snagged on branches. I got back to the trail and kept walking until I reached the parking lot. I slept in my car that night at a gas station 2 towns over. I didn't even unpack my tent until a week later. That was the last time I went camping for myself. But even after all that, I ended up becoming a ranger. Something about the land still pulled at me. Maybe I wanted to understand the parts that scared me. Or maybe I thought I could stop things like that from happening again. The job, like I said, is usually uneventful. But every now and then something surfaces. Something that reminds me of why I never camp alone anymore. About 4 years ago, I was stationed at a large national park in the Rockies. One spring, I was assigned to inspect a stretch of backcountry trails that hadn't seen traffic all winter. It was early May, still cold at night, and most visitors hadn't started showing up yet. I was 2 days in my patrol, checking for downed trees, washouts, signs of erosion, and old campsites that needed clearing. The route followed a river, then climbed into a high valley where an old fire watch cabin sat. I was supposed to reach the cabin by the second night and radio in. I started late that morning and moved at a steady pace. About 3 miles in, I stopped to check on a spur trail that led to a rocky overlook. The map showed a couple primitive campsites nearby that hadn't been checked in a few seasons. I followed the trail until I reached the first site. Nothing too bad. Fire ring intact. A few old beer cans and a tent stake. I noted the cleanup needed and moved on to the second site. That's where I found it. At first, I didn't notice anything strange. The camp itself was just a flat patch near the tree line. A couple logs for sitting, more scattered cans, and a torn tarp half buried in dirt. Then I saw the bones. Not in a pile. Arranged. They were smaller than what I remembered from college. Burr bones, mostly. Maybe a squirrel or two. Strung together with what looked like fishing line and dental floss. Hanging from the low branches of a pine tree over the camp like wind chimes. There were 5 of them, each one different. One had bottle caps woven in. Another had a small, rusted padlock tied at the center. They swayed gently in the breeze. Underneath them, in the fire ring, were more bones. Scattered, blackened, burned. I didn't feel the same shock I had years ago. This time, it was more like a slow tightening in my gut. A cold pressure behind my ribs. I didn't touch anything. Just wrote down the coordinates, snapped a few photos, and left. When I got to the Firewatch cabin that night, I couldn't sleep. I sat on the porch with my light off, just watching the trees, listening. I reported the findings the next morning. My supervisor thought maybe it was just some weird art project. College kids doing something edgy. Maybe a backwoods spiritual thing. They sent a team to clean it up later that week, and nothing more came of it. But I knew better. That was the 3rd time. The hand, the bow and altar, the strings in the trees. Each 1 years apart, hundreds of miles away. Different settings, different seasons, but all sharing the same wrong feeling. Like something had been left behind, or built, or lost, and it wasn't over. Last summer, I was working a fire line on the edge of the park. Not a big fire, just a lightning strike that had smoldered into a controlled burn. We were there mostly to monitor it, make sure it didn't jump the trail. One morning I was walking the perimeter, checking wind conditions, when I saw something sticking out of a tree hollow about 5 feet off the ground. It was a hand, not a real one, not like the one from when I was a kid, but a handmade one. A glove stuffed with dirt and moss, with sticks poking out like bones, tied to the trunk with wire, bent at the wrist. Someone had left it there, facing outward, watching. I don't know who keeps leaving these things. I don't know if they're connected or just different people doing the same kind of thing. I started working as a seasonal ranger in a lesser-known corner of central Utah, in a park that didn't get much attention. Most tourists headed for the big names: Zion, Arches, Bryce Canyon. Ours didn't have those towering red walls or famous arches. What it did have was space. Big, open plateaus, dry riverbeds, long stretches of scrub, and sandstone where you could walk for hours without seeing another soul. My station was a metal building tucked against a sandstone bluff just off the park's only main road. The building had a desk, a radio, a couple bunks, and a garage that held an old Forest Service truck with half the paint scraped off. It was lonely, sure, but I liked the quiet. I'd done park service jobs before, and this one seemed about as easy as they came. No bears to deal with, no big water rescue worries, just desert, rock, and the rare hiker who wandered in. It was early September when things started to feel off. I remember it clearly because the heat was still miserable during the day, but the nights had started to dip just enough to make you reach for a jacket. The crickets still buzzed, but less. The ravens got louder in the mornings. The weather was shifting. So were other things. There's a trail out there called Dry Gulch. It's a 20-mile loop that cuts through some of the more remote backcountry in the park. Slot canyons, dry creek beds, old mining scars from 100 years ago. It's rarely used, mostly because there's no water, barely any shade, and the trail markers haven't been updated in years. But it's on the map, and every now and then someone tries it. Sometimes they come back. Sometimes I have to go find them. One morning, a logbook entry showed someone had signed in to start Dry Gulch. A single name, no phone number, just a scribbled signature and a time. 7:30 a.m. I checked the map and guessed they were probably doing the loop clockwise, which is what most people do: start at the north trailhead and loop back around toward the south. That evening, they hadn't signed out. I didn't panic. People get tired or decide to camp overnight. I gave it until noon the next day, and when there was still no sign of them, I filed a report and grabbed my pack. I figured I'd drive to the south trailhead, hike in 4 or 5 miles, and see if I could spot them coming back around. If not, I'd loop toward the center and maybe catch them near the halfway point. I had no idea that walk would become one of the worst nights of my life. The trail started normal enough. Dust and gravel. A few junipers. The heat pressed down like it always did. I saw no footprints, but that wasn't strange. The ground out there is hard, and the wind scrubs away tracks pretty fast. 2 hours in, I reached the dry wash that marks the halfway point of the loop. Still nothing. No campers. No signs of fire or gear, or even trash. That's when I started to worry. I sat under a rock ledge and drank some water. Checked the batteries on my radio. Nothing on the call channel. I climbed up onto a bluff to try to get a better signal. Still dead silence. I thought about turning back and calling in a bigger search, but the sun was already dropping lower. If they were lost out there somewhere, they'd need help sooner rather than later. I decided to keep going. That night, I bivvied under a rock shelf near an old cattle trail. It was a spot I'd used before, flat enough to sleep on, high enough to catch a breeze. I set up a reflective tarp, unrolled my mat, and tried to sleep. But something wasn't right. Around 1 a.m., I sat up fast, my heart racing. At first, I didn't know what woke me. No sound, no movement, just a wave of dread so strong I felt sick. I turned on my headlamp and scanned the area. Nothing. The pale rocks glowed in the light. A few moths fluttered past. My truck was miles away. No other people were anywhere near. Still, that feeling didn't go away. I left my tarp and walked a slow circle around the shelf. I kept my light low, ears sharp. Every gust of wind in the brush made my skin crawl. I've been in the woods alone more times than I can count, but this felt different. Like something was watching. Like something was just outside the light. Eventually, I sat back down and stared out at the canyon below. No movement. No lights. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Next morning, I pushed further along the loop. I kept looking for the hiker, signs of a camp, boot prints, anything. Around noon, I came across a strange sight. It was a cairn, a stack of rocks, maybe waist high. Not unusual out there. People mark the trail with them sometimes. But this one was wrong. It was fresh. The rocks were too neatly placed. And what got me most was what was balanced on top. A small metal cup. Old, dented with rust around the rim. I got close and crouched down. The cup looked like it had been out there a long time, but not like it had just washed up or tumbled down from some old mine. It had been placed there. Under the rocks was a small piece of cloth. Looked like nylon, maybe from a jacket. I pulled the stack apart carefully, laid the stones to one side. There was nothing else beneath, just the cloth and the cup. It didn't look like a distress signal. It looked like a marker, like someone had buried something, or was warning others. That was the moment I decided to turn back. No sign of the hiker. No movement. No sound. Just that growing sense that something was wrong. Deeply wrong. But on my way back, I got turned around. There's a section of dry gulch where the trail runs along the top of a narrow ridge, then drops into a twisting sandstone slot. I've walked it dozens of times, but that day, nothing looked familiar. The ridge felt too long. The drop too steep. Landmarks I knew were just gone. At first I thought I was tired. I checked my compass. North was still north, but my GPS wouldn't connect. Just a blinking dot and empty grid. I started to backtrack, but after 20 minutes I was staring at the same damn rock outcrop I'd just passed. Something was off, and it wasn't just me. That evening, I found another cairn. This one was taller, sloppier, and next to it was an old boot. Just one. Half buried in shunt to pointing downhill. It wasn't recent. The leather was cracked, sole split clean through. I couldn't tell the size or brand. I picked it up, turned it over. Inside was a small Ziploc bag, and in the bag was a photo. It was faded but clear enough. A man standing next to a dog. Both were smiling. Probably 30 years ago. Maybe more. On the back, written in pen, Dry Gulch 1993. That shook me more than anything. Not because of the age, but because I remembered something, an old report I'd read when I started at the park. A missing hiker from the early 90s. Never found. Just vanished. He'd had a dog with him. I sat down hard on a rock. My stomach twisted. I tried the radio again. Static. By now it was clear. I wasn't just off course. I was in a place that wasn't marked. A place that didn't match the maps. And the sun was going down again. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back to a boulder, light on, knife out, even though I knew it wouldn't help. I kept hearing things, footsteps in gravel, a cough, the sound of something dragging. Every time I turned the light, nothing. But I knew I wasn't alone out there. At dawn, I started walking again. I ignored the GPS, ignored the trail markers. I just went downhill toward the wash, toward water, even if it was dry. Hours passed. Then, finally, a sign of the main trail, a broken post with faded paint. I nearly cried when I saw it. I followed it, fast and straight, all the way back to the south trailhead. There was no sign of the missing hiker. No fresh prints. No guide. Just that one name in the logbook and nothing else. Later that week, I filed my report. I left out the cairns. Left out the boot, the cup, the photo. I didn't want the questions. I just marked it as an unresolved disappearance. The search team came up empty. They always do. But I know what I saw, and I never went back to Dry Gulch. A few weeks later, I boxed up that photo and mailed it. No return address. To the last known contact for the missing hiker from 1993. Maybe they'd recognize the dog. Maybe they'd just throw it away. Either way, I didn't want it near me. After that season, I transferred. Greener park. More people. Less silence. Sometimes I still wake up at night, sweating, convinced I hear rocks being stacked outside my window. I know it's just in my head. Probably. But when I hike alone now, I don't follow old trails. I don't trust the cairns. And I don't stay out after dark. Because I learned one thing out there. Some places don't want to be found. And sometimes, if you go far enough off the trail, they make sure you never leave. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe just to get it out of my system. It's been years, and I still think about that night almost every week like a splinter lodged under the skin of my brain. I've been a park ranger in Nevada for nearly 2 decades, and you see all kinds of strange things out here, especially once you get deep enough into the land where cell signal dies, where dirt roads fade out into nothing, where the only sounds are your own boots on the sand and wind dragging itself across the basin. But there's one night that still sticks with me worse than anything else I've dealt with. It was late August, and the heat had finally started to back off a little. I was stationed out near the southern edge of a protected area about 2 hours northeast of Tonopah, a mix of high desert and jagged hills, with the occasional Joshua tree popping up like alien sculptures. The place doesn't get much traffic except for hunters, surveyors, and the occasional hardcore backpacker. Most people don't bother. Too far from any big towns, too hot, too quiet. We had reports of someone cutting fence line and maybe poaching mule deer. Nothing confirmed, just some tire tracks and shell casings found off a rarely used service trail. My supervisor asked me to head out and stay overnight, keep an eye on the area. Not my favorite kind of assignment. Solo patrols are always a gamble, but I didn't argue. I loaded up the truck with a few days worth of supplies, a cot, and extra water. I figured I'd be sleeping under the stars. I left just after noon, took the service road as far as it went, and then switched over to a narrow path that curved up into a ridge. That area had a wide view of the valley below, perfect for keeping watch. I made it up by 5 p.m., got the cot out, and set up near a large rock formation that would offer shade come morning. It was still hot, high 90s, but nothing like the peak July temps that bake your skin in minutes. I had my binoculars, a scoped rifle just in case, and my little ranger-issued logbook. For the first few hours, nothing. Just the occasional bird and a jackrabbit that startled me when it bolted from the brush 10 feet away. I had a granola bar for dinner, drank some warm water, and waited for the sun to finally drop. The sunsets out there can almost make you forget how isolating it is. Everything goes orange, then purple, then disappears into this deep blue that soaks into everything. By 9:30 p.m., it was fully dark. No moon that night, and only a sliver of stars peeking through a thin haze. I kept scanning with the binoculars, even though visibility was crap. I didn't expect to see much, but I still wanted to follow protocol. Around 10:15, I spotted movement near the base of the hill. Not animals. I know the difference. These were slow, upright shapes. At least 2, maybe 3. No lights, no talking, just moving steady like they had a destination. I watched them for a while, trying to figure out if they were hikers or something else. One of them stopped, bent down for a minute, then stood up again. That made me think maybe they were laying traps or inspecting something. I wrote it all down in the logbook and kept watching. I considered using the flashlight, but it would have given away my position. Plus, I was a good 500 yards away and up high. I figured I'd let them move along and hike down in the morning to check the area. By 11 o'clock, they disappeared into the brush. I didn't see a flashlight, phone glow, nothing. Just gone. The way they moved had been so deliberate. Not fast, but with purpose. That's what kept nagging me. I lay down, didn't sleep much. It was warm and quiet except for insects clicking and wind brushing against the rocks now and then. I dozed off for maybe an hour, woke up a little before 1 a.m. Everything was still. Too still. You get a sense for the desert's nighttime rhythm after enough years. The quiet isn't truly quiet. There are always tiny sounds. But this was heavy, like a blanket pressed over the land. No wind. No bucks. Not even the scratchy chirp of a distant nighthawk. I sat up and listened. That's when I heard something crunch. Not down below, right up the hill behind me. I turned slowly, heart thudding. Another crunch, this time from the side. Dry grit under boots. Too heavy for a rabbit or a fox. Someone was walking nearby. I stood up, grabbed the rifle, but didn't raise it. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. My flashlight was within reach, but I still didn't want to light up my own position unless I had no choice. Whoever it was stopped moving. I scanned the shadows near the rocks behind me. Nothing. Just jagged silhouettes. Then I noticed something odd. My water jug, one of those heavy 5-liter plastic ones, was tipped over. I hadn't heard it fall. I would have. It was close to my cot. I walked slowly over to it, rifle in one hand. The cap was off. Some of the water had spilled into the dust. It hadn't rolled, just dropped. I checked my pack. Everything else looked untouched. I did a slow circle around my cot, checking the ground with my flashlight now. That was when I saw the boot print. About 10 feet from where I'd been lying. Deep, wide, definitely not mine. I wear size 11s. This one was larger, and the heel print was angled, like the person had stopped short and shifted their weight. That was enough for me. I packed the cot, slung my gear, and moved to a lower position closer to the truck. I didn't leave yet. I didn't want to draw attention with the engine or lights, but I hunkered down in a dried-out creek bed about 100 yards down the slope, keeping my ears open. An hour passed. Nothing. Then, at 3:40 a.m., I saw something I still don't have a solid explanation for. A soft green glow started pulsing down in the valley. Not bright, faint, like light coming through a tent wall from a weak LED. But it moved. Not fast, just drifting. At first I thought it was a firefly or glow stick, but it was too large and the color didn't flicker. It hovered maybe 3 feet off the ground and pulsed gently as it moved west, then stopped near one of the old cattle pens we'd found rusting out last year. It sat there glowing for a solid 10 minutes. Then it blinked off. I waited until sunrise to move. Hiked straight back to the valley and headed for where I saw that glow. There were fresh prints again. Same tread pattern as the one by my cot. More than one set. Maybe 4 total. All moving together toward the pen and then disappearing into the harder rock beyond. I found something else near the pen. A section of wire had been pulled away from the fencing. Not cut, just pulled, warped like someone had used brute force to rip it free. We'd had that area secured weeks earlier with fresh ties. Now it looked like someone had peeled it back barehanded. There were no tire tracks, no bike marks, nothing else. I marked the GPS and hiked back out. The report I filed left out some things. I mentioned the tracks, the fence damage, and the sighting of potential trespassers. I left out the green light and the boot print near my cot. I didn't want to deal with questions I couldn't answer. The next week, I returned with another ranger and a wildlife officer. We swept the area thoroughly. Still found no signs of camp, no trash, no shell casings. But one of the old water tanks further up the ridge was missing its hatch. It had been bolted shut for years. Now the steel plate was gone, the bolt sheared clean. We never found it. To this day, I have no clue who or what was out there. I've run through all the possibilities, illegal campers, drug runners, prepper groups. But nothing makes full sense. No fire rings, no food wrappers, no signs of extended stay. Just heavy boots, odd behavior, and something watching me in the night. After that, I started volunteering for fewer solo overnights. I didn't quit, but I changed. I sleep lighter now. I take double the water and always make sure I have a backup flashlight, 2 radios, and a flare. I haven't seen that green glow since, but I still check for it when I'm in that part of the park. One time, about 3 years later, a different ranger spotted strange lights in that same valley. So they were white, not green, and flickered like they were signaling. He was too far off to check it out and didn't want to go alone. That was enough to get me reassigned to another zone for a while. I've never told this story outside of my field notebook, which sits locked in a drawer under my old maps. But sometimes when I think I'm far enough removed from it, I try to make sense of what happened. And every time I come to the same conclusion. Whoever was out, there wasn't just passing through. They knew the land better than we did. They didn't want to be found. And that night, I was a few wrong steps away from being the one thing that never made it back out. I still love the desert, still respect it, but I don't trust it the way I used to. Not after that night. Not after seeing just how easy it is for someone or something to move silently through the dark, wait a few feet from your cot, and leave without a trace. I work as a park ranger out in Utah, mostly patrolling a high desert region with deep canyons, slot gorges, old mining trails, and big, dry washes that only see water during flash floods. Most days are quiet. I deal with the usual trail maintenance, checking permits, pointing lost hikers back to their cars, cleaning up after careless campers. But one time, something happened out in a remote canyon, and I've never been able to shake it from my mind. There was nothing supernatural about it. It was just real, raw, Human danger in a place where you're supposed to feel small but safe if you respect the land. It started with a heat wave that summer. We were hitting 109 degrees out in the flats and still well over 100 in the shade, even deep in the canyons. We'd had a lot of search and rescues lately, mostly inexperienced folks heading into the backcountry without enough water or even a map. I was on solo patrol duty that week, checking trailheads and remote campsites, making sure no one was out overstaying permits or leaving fires burning. I'd been assigned to check out a side canyon in the southern part of the park. It wasn't a popular area. No official trailheads, just old cattle paths and some confusing rock cairns left by backcountry hikers or maybe locals. The area had a reputation for being difficult to navigate, with steep rock shelves, dry waterfalls, and those weird deep alcoves carved in a sandstone from centuries of wind and flash floods. I've been down there once, years ago, but not recently. The reason I was sent out there this time was a report from a botanist who'd been doing survey work in the area. He said he'd found signs of a long-term camp. Very old, maybe someone squatting. He marked it on a map and passed it on to the ranger office. The location was about 8 miles from the closest access road, down a canyon called Bare Needle Wash, then up through a series of dry waterfalls into a smaller side drainage. My job was to go check it out and report back. I left early in the morning, before the sun had started cooking the sand. I parked an old Jeep trail where we usually leave trucks during patrols and set off with my gear. I had my day pack with about 4 liters of water, some dried food, satellite phone, GPS, notebook, first aid kit, and my duty pistol. We're not supposed to run into anything dangerous out there. No grizzlies this far south, but you never know who or what you'll find. And this area had long been rumored to have illegal activity, everything from unlicensed mining to meth cookers. I never took those rumors too seriously, but I didn't dismiss them either. The hike down Bare Needle Wash was rough. Lots of slick rock, deep sand, and heat bouncing up from the stone like a furnace. By mid-morning, my shirt was soaked through, and I'd already finished half my water. I followed the GPS coordinates from the botanist's map, winding my way up through a narrow passage that pinched tighter the farther I went. At one point, I had to take off my pack and slide it ahead of me while I squeezed between the canyon walls. The first strange thing I noticed was the smell. It wasn't rot exactly, and it wasn't the sweet smell of desert flowers either. It was somewhere in between chemical, maybe plastic, like almost burnt. I chalked it up to the heat at first, maybe plastic trash decomposing or some weird mineral outgassing from the rocks. But it didn't go away as I moved deeper. If anything, it got stronger. The canyon opened up briefly into a small bowl, almost perfectly circular, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by steep sandstone cliffs. There were shaded ledges up high and piles of old driftwood jammed up on the walls from flash floods. That's where I saw the signs of the camp. Tucked under an overhang on the far side, behind some boulders, was a crude little setup. It wasn't much, a collapsed lean-to made from sticks and a shredded tarp, a rusted coffee can, what looked like an old canvas bedroll, and a pile of bones. I walked over slowly, keeping my hand near my belt. The bones looked small, animal maybe, but they were piled too neatly, not scattered the way scavengers would leave them. There was a line of stones around the pile, like someone had made a little border. I crouched down and looked closer. Some of them were clearly deer bones, maybe rabbit, but mixed in were a few longer bones that didn't look quite right. One of them still had dried sinew or something like it stuck to it. The tarp shelter had clearly been there a long time. The fabric had turned stiff and flaky from sun exposure. It was anchored with rocks and bits of wire, and under it, I found an old tin box. Inside were empty rifle cartridges, an old compass, and a small notebook wrapped in a plastic grocery bag. I flipped through the notebook. Most of the pages were ruined by water or faded by sun, but there were a few entries that had survived. Sloppy handwriting. No dates, just little notes like, "Stay quiet, they pass over at dawn. Too much light last night, moving again soon. No smoke, no sound, no light, not safe." I didn't know what to make of it. It read more like paranoia than anything useful. Maybe someone hiding out, mentally unwell, scared of helicopters or surveillance. I took pictures of everything, marked the coordinates, and kept going. There was still another spot on the map I wanted to reach, up a dry fall and into a narrow fork to the west. It was slow climbing, even with a rope. The rock was brittle and gave way in spots. I had to stop and re-anchor twice before I could pull myself over the ledge. Once I got up top, I saw more signs that someone had spent time up there. Not just a few days, months maybe or longer. There were scratch marks on the canyon walls. I don't mean graffiti, just little notches, dozens of them like tally marks. Some were stacked close together, others spread out. I followed them along the wall and found a sort of alcove hidden behind a rock curtain. Inside were more bones, bigger ones this time, arranged in lines on the floor like ribs of a broken animal. There was something about how deliberate it all looked that made my skin crawl. Whoever was here wasn't just surviving. They were doing something, some ritual, or counting something, or trying to keep track of something in a way I didn't understand. Then I noticed the sound. It was faint, but it was there. A mechanical whine, like a motor running far off. I checked my radio. Nothing. I even pulled out my satellite phone, but the signal was garbage that deep in the canyon. The sound didn't stop. It pulsed slightly, almost like a generator idling. But there was no one else supposed to be out here. No camps, no research teams, no road access for miles. And I hadn't seen any vehicle tracks or boot prints. I dropped into the next ravine and followed the sound. It got a little louder, then disappeared completely. I thought maybe it was some trick of acoustics, the way noise bounces off the canyon walls. But just as I was about to turn back, I saw something that didn't belong. It was a black plastic barrel, half buried in the sand, with a faded red sticker on the side. No writing, just a symbol, hazard lines like you'd see on chemical drones. I walked around it. The lid was sealed with a metal band. There were faint scuff marks in the dirt around it, drag marks, maybe like someone had hauled it there. But why would someone drag a sealed chemical drum out here? I checked the area again, circled back, and found two more of them farther up the gully. Same size, same type. One had a corner dented in, like it had been dropped from a height. I got close and sniffed around the edge. Same chemical scent I'd smelled earlier, only stronger. It burned the inside of my nose. I didn't touch it. I just backed away. By then I knew something was wrong. This wasn't just some lost squatter. Someone had been dumping something out here. Probably illegal. Maybe toxic. Maybe worse. I pulled out my GPS, took photos of the barrels, and marked the coordinates. Then I turned around to head back down. But I wasn't alone anymore. Far down the canyon, at the edge of the wash I climbed earlier, someone was standing. I froze. He wasn't moving. Just standing still, like he was waiting. I couldn't make out much. Tin clothes maybe, possibly camouflage. I ducked behind a rock outcrop and watched. He didn't come closer. Didn't move. I waited 5 minutes. 10. Still nothing. When I looked again, he was gone. I didn't waste any time after that. I took the most direct route down, sliding through dry gullies, scraping on my hands and knees. I stopped only to drink and check my bearings. My last liter of water was warm and tasted like plastic. I didn't care. I just wanted to be out of there. When I got back to my truck, there were fresh tire tracks in the dust. I drive an old Ranger-issued 4x4, and I know the tread pattern by heart. These weren't from my vehicle. They were wide, deeply grooved, and had stopped about 20 feet behind my truck before turning back the way they came. Like someone had driven up behind it, waited, then left. Back at the station, I reported everything. The barrels, the camp, the markings, the man in the canyon. I gave them the GPS data and my photos. They said they'd send in a team. Hazmat, law enforcement, whoever needed to be involved. I waited for weeks to hear back. Eventually, I asked around. The response I got was vague. They said it had been taken care of. I asked if they ever found out who had been out there. They told me no one was found. The barrels were removed, supposedly. No contaminants detected. But I've seen enough cover-ups to know when something's been buried. I never got sent back to that canyon again. In fact, I worked as a park ranger for over 15 years now, mostly in the western states, but the summer I spent at a small national forest out in Utah is still the one I think about most. That year, I was assigned to a region north of Zion, a place people don't usually visit unless they're real deep into hiking, backpacking, or surveying land. It's remote, thick pine forests, hidden canyons, dry ravines, and barely maintained trails. I was stationed at a backcountry cabin that had no electricity, just a shortwave radio and a small solar array for my laptop and GPS. That summer was quiet, until it wasn't. My job involved hiking long routes, checking trail conditions, inspecting wildlife cameras, and sometimes helping locate people who got themselves lost. The area I patrolled was mostly used by researchers or experienced hikers. No gift shops, no paved parking lots, just a couple of dirt pull-offs and a trailhead sign with an old, peeling map. One morning, sometime in mid-June, I had a route plan that would take me up an old mule trail leading north to a plateau that hadn't been surveyed in about 2 years. The report said there were old fence posts and a decaying livestock gate somewhere up there, left over from before the land was protected. My goal was to document the condition of the area and flag anything needing removal or cleanup. The day started like any other. I checked in with the ranger station via radio, packed enough food and water for a full-day hike, then set out from the cabin around 6:30 a.m. The sun was up, but still low, and the air was dry and cool. That early in the day, everything is calm. No wind, no bugs, just the occasional rustle in the brush or the chirp of birds. I followed the switchbacks for about 2 hours before reaching a flat ridgeline that gave me a wide view of the valley to the west and the low, dry pines stretching endlessly north. That's when I noticed something odd on the map. The trail I was on was marked, but a faint path split off about a quarter mile ahead. Unmarked, faded. I could barely see the break in the trees from where I stood, but curiosity got the better of me. I made a mental note of my location, marked a GPS point, and headed down the faded track. It looked like a game trail at first, narrow and overgrown, but the way it cut cleanly through the terrain made me think it used to be something more. Maybe an old logging road or ranch access path. The further I followed it, the more deliberate it looked. Old metal fence, wire poked out of the dirt now, and I saw chopped stumps that were clearly cut with tools, not gnawed by animals or broken by weather. After about an hour, I came across something strange. There was a clearing, maybe 50 feet across, with several metal barrels lined up in a row. Some had collapsed under rust. Others looked relatively intact. Around the barrels were broken boards, rotted canvas, and a half-collapsed wooden structure. Probably a storage shed or a camp kitchen. No signs of recent use, no footprints, nothing disturbed. But what stood out was how out of place it was. No record of this camp existed in the archives or any of the maps I'd seen. I took photos and made notes. As I walked the perimeter, I noticed something else. A trail, fainter than the one I came in on, continued from the opposite side of the clearing and disappeared uphill into a thicket of dense scrub oak. Against better judgment, I decided to follow it. I walked maybe a quarter mile before the trees opened up again, and I saw it. A small wooden shack tucked against a rocky hillside. It had no windows, just a single door slightly ajar. The roof was sagging, and the wood was blackened with age or maybe smoke. It looked like it had been sitting there for decades, untouched. I approached carefully, not wanting to disturb wildlife or worse, an illegal camp someone had forgotten to dismantle. But it wasn't lived in. Not recently, anyway. Inside was a mess of rusted tools, cracked jugs, torn bags, and a couple of metal cots with collapsed frames. There was something that looked like a hand-built wood stove in one corner, with a vent pipe sticking awkwardly through a hole in the roof. And in the dirt, I saw old boot prints. Really old, barely visible, but clearly human. I stood there for a while, just soaking in the silence. Then I heard it. A branch snapped. Not close. Maybe 100 feet uphill. Could have been a deer or a bobcat, sure, but I'd spent enough time in the woods to know what a person sounds like when they're trying not to make noise and failing. I waited. Nothing followed, but the silence that fell afterward felt off. Like the whole forest stopped breathing. No birds, no insects, just stillness. I backed out of the shack slowly and made my way back to the clearing, then to the main trail. I told myself I was overreacting. I chalked it up to paranoia, or maybe the heat getting to me. Still, I noted the location and planned to come back with another ranger the following week to take a closer look. But that never happened. That night, back at the cabin, I reviewed the photos I took. One of them, a shot of the shack's interior, made my stomach drop. In the dark shadow under one of the cots, barely visible, was what looked like the corner of a blue plastic tarp. Nothing too strange. People often stash tarps in camps, but this one had a stain. Reddish brown. I zoomed in as much as I could, but the resolution wasn't great. Still, it stuck with me. I planned to head out early the next day and recheck the site. Maybe I missed something important. But when I woke up and stepped outside, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A set of footprints in the dirt right outside the cabin. Human, bare feet, leading up to the front steps, then back into the woods. No vehicle tracks. No other prints. Just those. I checked the radio. No signal. Probably the cloud cover. I tried the sat phone, but couldn't get a connection either. I didn't have cell service out here, obviously. That meant I was alone. At least for now. I kept my sidearm close that day. Not standard procedure, but were issued them for a reason. I didn't return to the shack. Not alone. Instead, I documented everything I'd seen the day before, made physical notes, printed the photos, and when the signal finally came back the following morning, I sent a report to the supervisor's office and requested a partner for a return inspection. 3 days passed. No response. Then finally, a ranger named Gil showed up by ATV from a base camp on the southern end. He hadn't heard from a station in days either. Something about a maintenance issue with the main tower. We decided to hike back to the shack together and properly inspect the area. When we reached the clearing, it was empty. The barrels were gone. All of them. So was the debris. Even the rotten boards and canvas were missing. The ground looked disturbed, like it had been raked or swept. It didn't make sense. Gil looked at me like I was joking, but I pulled out the printed photos. I could see the realization hit him. He wasn't laughing anymore. We found the shack, but the door had been torn off and was missing. Inside, the cots were gone. So were the tools. The stove was ripped from the wall, vent pipe and all. The dirt floor was smooth, like someone had dragged a large tarp or sheet across it. There was no trace of that blue plastic or any stains. No bullet prints. Nothing. We stood there in silence for a long time. Then Gil told me he thought we should go. I didn't argue. Back at the cabin, we compiled everything we knew into a report. We sent it to the regional office, and eventually a full investigation team came out. They searched the area for 2 days. They didn't find anything. Not the barrels, not the shack, not even the trail I followed. It was like it never existed. They even suggested I had mixed up my location, but I knew exactly where I'd gone. My GPS logs proved it. After that, I requested a transfer. I spent the rest of that year working trails closer to the public areas, the ones with bathrooms and paved roads and signs. I stopped venturing off trail unless absolutely necessary. To this day, no official explanation was ever given. The shack, the clearing, the footprints in my cabin, all of it was brushed aside. Maybe they didn't want to dig deeper. Maybe someone higher up knew what had been out there and decided it was better left alone. What still gets me is how clean it was. Whoever had been using that area didn't just leave. They erased it, like they'd been watching and knew I'd found it, and came back to wipe the place down before I could bring anyone else. And that tarp under the cot, the one with the stain, I think I know what it was, but I can't prove it. All I know is this. There are places out there that don't show up on maps for a reason. And if you stumble into one, you might not get a second chance to walk away from it. I did, barely, and I won't make that mistake again. My name is Travis. I've been a park ranger for the past 16 years. I've worked in several parks across the country, but most of my time has been spent in Idaho, up in the Panhandle region. The place is beautiful but remote. Real wilderness. You get thick timber, high ridges, long valleys, and stretches of forest that barely see a footprint all year. It was mid-September, about 5 years ago, when something happened that I still think about almost every week. It wasn't ghosts or anything made up. It was just real people, real danger, and the kind of fear that hits you deep in the chest when you know you're really out there and no one's going to help you anytime soon. The park I was working at was about an hour and a half northeast of Coeur d'Alene, not far from the Montana border. It wasn't a big-name park, so we didn't get huge crowds. Most of the visitors were either hunters, hikers, or campers who wanted to get away from the world. We had about 200 square miles of forest under our patrol and only 3 rangers on duty that month. I usually covered the eastern section, which had the higher ridges and some old trails that hadn't been maintained well. There was a trail called Ridge Trail 17. It climbed up about 3 miles into a long, narrow ridge line and ran another 6 miles along it, with a few old fire lookouts along the way, most abandoned. The trail wasn't officially closed, but it had been downgraded years ago because the terrain was rough and it saw almost no use. One Monday morning, I was going through the weekly report logs and saw that someone had written in a note at the visitor center over the weekend. A solo hiker named Jeremy Markson had signed in saying he was planning to hike Ridge Trail 17. He was from Spokane and had planned to camp 2 nights near one of the old lookouts and loop back down. Problem was, he hadn't signed out by Monday. Now, that's not necessarily a big deal. People forget to sign out all the time. But I made a call to the number he left in the log. No answer. I tried it twice more throughout the morning. By noon, I flagged it and called the regional office. They agreed it was probably nothing, but told me to check it out since it was in my section. I packed up my gear. Standard stuff, map, GPS, compass, radio, med kit, water, MREs, bear spray, pistol. I also grabbed the satellite phone. Cell coverage was patchy up on the ridge. I drove the old access road out to the trailhead about 45 minutes on dirt road. There was one vehicle parked there, a silver Subaru with Washington plates. I matched the plate number to the name in the log. It was Jeremy's. That raised my concern a little. I signed in at the trailhead, noted the date and time, 12:44 p.m., and started up the trail. The climb up to the ridgeline took about 2 hours. It was steep, with loose gravel, switchbacks, and fallen trees that hadn't been cleared in years. The air was cool, crisp. Yellow leaves scattered across the path. The deeper I got, the quieter it became. No voices, no footsteps, not even the sound of birds sometimes. Just wind pushing through the trees and the creak of branches shifting. By 3 p.m., I reached the ridge and followed the trail east. My plan was to make it to Lookout Point 1 by nightfall. That was where Jeremy had written he'd be staying his first night. From there, I could either find him or clues about where he went next. The trail narrowed along the ridge. One side dropped off into thick pines and a valley below. The other side was a slope of rock and brush. Occasionally, I saw old trail markers, faded orange flags, or pieces of wood nailed to trees. Most were too weathered to read. At 5:30 p.m., I made it to the lookout site. The tower itself had collapsed years ago, but the concrete foundation and some of the base remained. There was a fire pit and an old metal drum someone had used for burning trash. Around the site were some signs of recent camping. A small pile of wood, ash in a fire ring, even a bit of foil left over from a freeze-dried meal pack. It looked like someone had been there within the last few days. I checked the area carefully. I didn't see any backpack, no sleeping bag, no tent. I walked the perimeter in case Jeremy had stashed gear nearby. Nothing. I found a boot print in the dirt about 30 feet from the fire ring. I took a photo with my phone and marked on my GPS. I stayed the night there, ate an MRE, kept a small fire going. The night was cold, mid-30s. No sounds except wind. Next morning, I continued east along the ridge. The trail was barely visible in spots, overgrown and blocked by downed trees. At 10 a.m., about a mile down, I found something that stopped me cold. It was a sleeping bag, fully unrolled, lying flat on the ground about 10 feet off the trail. It was soaked from dew and cold to the touch. There was no tent or shelter nearby. Next to it was a torn piece of paper. I picked it up carefully. It was part of a topographic map with some hand-drawn notes on it and what looked like trail distances marked in pencil. No name, no dates. I marked the site, radioed into base, and took photos. I couldn't be 100% sure it belonged to Jeremy, but it was clear someone had camped here and left in a hurry or something had gone wrong. I kept going. Another mile in, I reached a steep dip in the trail where it curved down around a rock outcrop. That's where I found the first sign of real trouble. There was a small cliff drop-off, maybe 20 feet high, and at the bottom were broken branches and disturbed dirt. I climbed down carefully. In the mud near the base, I found a pair of long drag marks leading into the brush. Not animal tracks, these were human. like someone had slipped or fallen and been dragged. There were also torn pieces of fabric, blue nylon, maybe from a backpack or jacket. That was when I started to feel something I hadn't felt in years. Unease. That deep, gnawing kind. I wasn't scared, not yet, but I felt like something was wrong here. Something more than just a guy getting lost. I followed the drag marks into the brush. They only went for about 10 yards before vanishing into thick ground cover. I searched around, called in another report on the sat phone, and kept moving east. About 30 minutes later, I crested a knoll and saw a thin trail of smoke rising from the trees ahead. I stopped cold. Smoke meant fire, and fire meant someone nearby. But there had been no sounds. No chopping wood, no voices, no footsteps. I moved slowly. As I approached, I crouched low and moved off the trail, circling around through thicker brush so I wouldn't walk straight in. When I got close enough, I saw the source of the smoke. A small campfire smoldering in a pit. No tent, just a tarp draped between two trees. And under that tarp, I saw someone sitting. They were facing away from me, hunched forward, elbows on knees. Not moving, not speaking. They were wearing a hoodie and some kind of camo pants. I couldn't see the face. I waited and watched. After 5 minutes, I finally made a slow approach, staying visible. No reaction. When I was 10 feet away, I stepped on a branch and it snapped loud. The person didn't even flinch. That's when I noticed the flies. A swarm of them buzzing around the tarp, thick and loud. My stomach dropped. I moved forward quickly and saw the truth. The man was dead. I checked him. No pulse. Skin was pale mottled. The body was cold and stiff. Judging by the state of decay, he'd been dead at least 48 hours. No blood, no obvious wounds. Next to him was a ripped backpack, some food wrappers, and a notepad. I opened the notepad. Inside, just one line scribbled over and over across 5 or 6 pages. He won't let me leave. That was the moment I felt actual fear. Not panic, not adrenaline. Just raw, real fear. I stood there in total silence, listening to the forest. My heart thudded hard in my chest. I scanned in every direction. There was no one around. I marked the site, took photos, called it in. It took 6 minutes for the sat phone to connect properly, and even then the signal was patchy. The office told me to secure the area and wait. They'd send a chopper. I waited 5 hours. Sun was going down. The sound of the flies around the body never stopped. I kept pacing the perimeter, circling the site every 10 minutes. Then I found something else, about 80 yards downhill from the camp. Another tarp. It was camouflaged, strung between fallen branches. From a distance, it looked like just part of the forest. Inside it was a nest of sorts, leaves, pine needles, trash, old clothes, even bones. Animal bones, mostly, but there were a few long bones that made my skin crawl. I couldn't confirm anything, and I didn't touch them. But I did find a second notebook, torn and dirty. This one had only a few pages intact. Written inside were these words. Watching me all night. Don't sleep. He moves when I sleep. No name. No date. By the time the chopper arrived, it was nearly dark. They lowered a guy down, and I waved him in. We secured the body and the area. Over the next few days, a full search team came in. They found 3 more abandoned campsites. No more bodies. No Jeremy Markson. His body was never found. But a week later, about 20 miles east of Ridge Trail, a hunter turned in a torn piece of backpack with his name stitched inside. It was found near an old logging road down. I've been working as a park ranger for over a decade now. I've been posted all across the western U.S., from the thick woods of Oregon to the high deserts of Nevada, and a couple of years in the canyons down in southern Utah. If you've done this job long enough, you know most of it isn't some grand adventure. It's long hours, short tempers, whether that doesn't care if you're out there without shelter, and people who either don't understand or just ignore rules that are made to keep them alive. But every once in a while, something happens that sticks with you. This one did. It was late summer when I got a temporary assignment at a national recreation area in central Idaho. It was a lesser-known place, not quite popular enough to get the attention that Yellowstone or Glacier gets, but just wild enough to make you earn your paycheck. High ridge lines, deep canyons, scattered alpine lakes, and enough bear activity to keep everyone on edge. The kind of place where you can walk all day and not see another person, which is why people love it. And why it's dangerous. I was doing solo patrols for 3 weeks, while one of the other rangers was out with a broken leg. The station had a few of us rotating duties, but I got assigned to monitor a series of high-altitude ridges where hikers occasionally went missing. The terrain was steep and rocky, overgrown in places with old mining claims scattered around. Mostly abandoned shacks or rotting cabins from the 1900s, all swallowed back into the woods. This wasn't a place people wandered into by accident, but when they did go missing out there, they were rarely found. The area I was focusing on was west of a ridge called Tallow-Bone Divide. It had no maintained trails, just old animal paths, and you had to hike an overland with a map and compass or GPS. The tree line, there was thin, mostly scrubby pine and gnarled firs, and the elevation was high enough that storms could blow in fast. I was told to flag any unsafe areas, mark human-made structures, and keep an eye out for signs of illegal activity. Poachers, trappers, or sometimes just people trying to live off the grid in places where they weren't allowed to. The first few days were uneventful. I camped up near a small tarn, a cold, clear pond left behind by glacial runoff. And each day, I hiked further west to document features and check the map. I found an old mining shack halfway collapsed into the hillside. Inside, there was nothing but rusted cans, some broken tools, and a pack rat nest the size of a duffel bag. I logged it and moved on. By the 5th day, I was deep past the divide, out beyond where most people go. My GPS was marking features that hadn't been updated in years. Some of the creeks had shifted paths, and whole areas of pine had fallen over from beetle kill and snow load. I followed a narrow animal trail along a ridge that overlooked a deep gorge. The trail led me to a wide clearing ringed with rock outcrops and thin forest. That's where things started to feel off. The ground in the clearing was unnaturally flat, like it had been graded a long time ago, though there was no sign of machinery. No old tracks, no fresh cuts, just old, uneven logs stacked in a circular pattern off to one side. Like someone had once tried to build a fence or maybe a corral but never finished. I found a long dead fire ring filled with ash and some broken glass bottles, half buried in moss and pine needles. Not unusual, but it looked old. Like 20 plus years old. I looked around for tracks. Found nothing fresh. Not even deer sign, which was strange given how far in I was. There was always game this deep. I made a mental note to come back later with one of the wildlife guys to investigate. It could have been a dead zone from a chemical spill or natural mineral runoff. Or maybe just a weird pocket of terrain. That night, I camped about a quarter mile from that clearing, down near the creek under a rock overhang. It gave me some cover in case weather rolled in. I built a small fire, ate a meal out of a pouch, and logged my notes before the light faded. I remember thinking how quiet it was. No wind, no insects buzzing, no frost. Just water from the creek and the occasional distant crack of a branch falling in the woods. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. Sometime around midnight, I woke up needing to piss. I stepped away from the fire ring, walked a few yards into the trees, and did my business. As I stood there, I had this crawling sensation that I was being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the darkness. My flashlight was still near my gear, so I just waited until my eyes adjusted. That's when I saw it. There was a figure up on the ridge about 50 yards away. Not moving, just standing there. Too tall to be a tree stump, too narrow to be a boulder. At first, I thought maybe it was a tree that had caught moonlight at a strange angle. But the more I stared, the more it seemed wrong. It had too much symmetry. It looked like a person. I froze. Listened. No sounds. Nothing moved. I stood there for a long time, just watching that shape. Eventually, I backed up toward my camp, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. I got my flashlight and lit up the ridge. Nothing. Whatever it wasn't there anymore. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I checked the ridge. No tracks. The ground was too rocky in places, and where there was dirt, it had rained a few days ago, so anything recent would have stood out. There was nothing. I told myself it was a trick of the moonlight and kept moving. But I kept thinking about that clearing. Something about it had stuck in my mind. 2 days later, I looped back toward it. I want to take a better look in daylight and see if I could figure out why it felt strange. I came in from a different direction, approaching from above on the south side, and as I crested the ridge, I saw something new. There was a tent. A small, faded green dome tent. Looked cheap, probably store-bought. It was set up right on the edge of the clearing near the old log pile. I hadn't seen it before. I'd been through here just days ago. There was no sign of people then. Now it looked like someone had been here at least a night or two. But the tent was collapsed, caved in at one side like someone had fallen on it or strong wind had taken it. The zipper was open. No gear inside. No de beanbag. Just leaves, dirt, and an old backpack torn open along the bottom seam. The contents, mostly wrappers, a few cans, and a water bottle, were scattered in a rough trail leading away from the tent and into the woods. I followed the trail for about 40 yards and found the end of it, a pile of gear tossed into a gully. The backpack again, empty. A torn shirt, a pair of socks stiff with mud, but no blood, no bones, no body. It was like someone had dumped their stuff and vanished. I called in via satellite and was told to sit tight while they sent a chopper out the next day. I marked the area with tape and built a signal marker out in the clearing for the bird to see from the air. That night, I didn't set camp in the same spot. I moved closer to the creek again and kept my fire small. I didn't want to be seen. Something wasn't right, and I didn't like being out there alone with unknowns. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Slow, crunching dry pine needles. One, then two, then a pause. I killed my fire with my water bottle and sat completely still, my back to the rock. The steps were deliberate, measured, like whoever it was knew exactly where they were going. They stopped maybe 15 yards from my position. I couldn't see anything. My night vision was shot from the firelight. I stayed like that for what felt like hours. Then nothing. Whoever it was, they left as quietly as they'd come. Next morning, I found prints. Bare feet. Human. Wide toes. Deep impressions like someone heavy. No shoes. No tire tracks. No boot marks. Just bare feet. The helicopter came in around noon. We walked the search zone and flagged everything. They airlifted the torn gear and tent out. No sign of the person. No ID. No journal. The food was long expired. Could have been there weeks, maybe more. They sent a search team in for 3 days. Found nothing. I hiked out with the last patrol on foot. Later, when I got back to the station and filed my report, I looked through missing persons logs. Nothing recent. Closest match was a guy who'd gone missing 3 years ago while hiking alone further north. No link, no confirmation. That area past Hallowbone Divide is closed now. Officially due to landslide risk and trail instability. Unofficially, nobody wants to be responsible for the next person who disappears. I still think about those nights. That figure on the ridge. The tent that showed up out of nowhere. The footsteps near my fire. I've seen a lot in this job. Broken legs, lost kids, bear maulings, even a meth lab in a cave once. But nothing's ever made my skin crawl like that place. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't demons. It was something worse. It was real, and it's still out there. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years. Mostly small parks, mostly forested areas. I've had my share of strange sightings. Lights that didn't make sense, empty campsites with fresh food on the table, random fires burning in places where no one should have been. But nothing stuck with me quite like what happened near Dry Creek Hollowback in the fall of 2016. It was one of those experiences that you don't forget because it forces you to rethink what people are capable of when they think no one's watching. Dry Creek wasn't part of the main trail network. It was up in the northern edge of the park, technically part of the boundaries, but not marked on most visitor maps. It used to be cattle land back in the 40s, then just became forgotten forest when the land was absorbed into the park system. There were some dry ridge lines, old wagon paths overgrown with pine saplings, and a few collapsed structures like stone fence lines and barns reduced to rotting wood and rusted nails. Not much reason for most people to go up there. Still, I had to patrol it a couple of times a month. Mostly just to make sure no one was illegally hunting or dumping trash. That fall, I was doing my usual rounds. I remember the air was crisp but not cold. Still dry. Leaves were turning, but hadn't really started dropping heavy yet. I'd driven up the service road in the department truck and parked it where the gravel ended, then started walking north along the old cattle path that curved up into the hills. I had my standard gear: radio, GPS, sidearm, first aid kit, water. I wasn't expecting to be out more than a few hours. At first, everything was normal. A few deer prints in the dirt, maybe an old boot track here or there, but nothing fresh. About 2 miles in, I crossed an old culvert that spanned what used to be a spring-fed stream. It was mostly dry now, just a trickle winding through rocks and leaves. Beyond that, the path climbed sharply up the western ridge. The forest changed here, tighter clusters of pines, fewer hardwoods, the ground more shaded and the undergrowth thinner. It always felt quieter up there, like the forest muffled itself. That's where I found the tire tracks. Now, that got my attention right away. They weren't truck tires, too narrow. These were dirt bike tracks, or maybe an ATV. They weren't deep, which meant the ground was still pretty dry when whoever was came through. But they were fresh within the last 48 hours. You could see where pine needles had been pressed into the mud and hadn't lifted back yet. I followed the tracks about 200 yards before they veered off into the woods and disappeared between the trees. The angle of the slope made it hard for a vehicle to go much further, so I assumed the rider had parked somewhere nearby and gone on foot. I didn't see any obvious camp or sign of a person at first, but the longer I looked, the more little things started catching my eye. A branch bent at shoulder height, some scuffed moss on a log, a small circle of disturbed pine needles, like someone had been kneeling. All of it maybe 30 or 40 feet off the trail. None of it obvious, but just enough to raise flags in my head. I moved uphill, scanning between tree trunks, checking for flash from metal or plastic. That's when I saw the cable. It was maybe waist height, stretched between two trees. Looked like paracord at first, but when I got closer I saw it was some kind of galvanized steel wire. Taut, blended in with the bark. It ran straight across a narrow gully, about 10 feet wide and 5 feet deep. And there were 2 more wires below it, spaced a foot apart. A tripwire setup, basically, but this wasn't amateur work. The placement was deliberate. If you were moving fast, especially downhill, and didn't see it, you'd hit it chest first and tumble. Worse if you were on a bike. This wasn't kids messing around. I marked down my GPS and took pictures with my phone. I wasn't equipped to disarm it, and I didn't want to risk touching it. I stepped over and continued uphill, more slowly now, more careful where I put my feet. Whoever set that up wanted to slow someone down or hurt them. I want to know why. About 30 minutes later, I crested the ridge and found a clearing. It was maybe half the size of a football field. Looked natural, but the way some of the trees were spaced told me it had been cleared at some point. Could have been decades ago. At the far end, near the base of a rocky outcrop, was a structure. Calling it a cabin would be generous. It was more like a fortified shack, made from rough-cut timber and covered in camo netting and tarps. No windows, just a door that faced away from the ridge. The roof had been reinforced with sheets of corrugated metal and stacked branches. This thing wasn't abandoned. There were tools leaning against the side, an axe, a small shovel. A plastic water container sat just outside the door. No smoke, no sound. I crouched behind a boulder and watched for a long time. No movement, nothing. Eventually, I circled around the edge of the clearing, keeping low, and took more photos. Then I saw the second tripwire. This one was rigged to a canister, some kind of improvised alarm. It wasn't explosive, but if you hit it, it'd probably make a loud enough bang to alert someone inside. That was enough for me. I backed out the way I came, slow and careful. Didn't touch anything. Once I was out of earshot, I picked up my pace and made it back to the truck by early evening. I radioed in and filed a report as soon as I got to the ranger station. Now, here's the part that still frustrates me. My supervisor wasn't convinced it was serious. Said it was probably just a squatter or a prepper hiding out. I told him about the traps, the fortification, the clear effort someone had made to stay hidden. But he brushed it off. Said not to go back up there alone, which was fair, but also said we'd keep an eye on it for now. Weeks passed. Nothing came of it. Then we got the call. It was a missing hiker. Man in his 30s, experienced outdoorsman. His car was found at a trailhead near the Western Service Road, which was only about 4 miles from where I'd found that shack. Search teams were sent out, dogs, drones, the works. But they didn't find anything, not even a footprint. It was like he vanished. After 3 days, I brought up the shack again. My supervisor finally agreed to send a team. 4 of us hiked up there early the next morning. Me, another ranger, and 2 deputies for the sheriff's office. When we got to the clearing, the shack was gone. I mean, completely gone. No sign of a structure. No tools, no tarps, no metal sheets. Not even footprints. The ground where it had been was disturbed, like it had been scraped clean. We searched for hours. Found nothing. That's when I realized the clearing itself had changed. It was subtle, but the brush near the center looked freshly broken. There were marks in the dirt, long gouges like something heavy had been dragged. But they weren't consistent with logs or beams. More like crates or cases. Heavy, dense items. And they all led downhill, toward the northeast slope. We followed that trail until we lost it in the rocks. Over the next few months, we got more calls. More missing people, 2 hikers, 1 solo camper. All near the northern boundary. Each time, the searches came up empty. No signs of struggle. No gear found. No bodies. Finally, a decision was made to close off that section of the park to the public. Official reason was fire danger and erosion. The real reason? Too many unanswered questions. I started going back up there alone again, unofficially. I never found a shack again, but I kept finding other things. Caches, small ones, buried ammo cans, waterproof tubs wrapped in camo netting and tarps. Some contained dry food, water filters, mylar blankets. Others had tools, knives, even maps. One of the maps had red marks on it, circles drawn over specific locations. Old wells, abandoned sheds, access points to the park. Some were outside our boundaries, even onto private land. The scariest find was a camera. It was hidden inside a hollow log, lens pointing toward a trail junction maybe half a mile from the clearing. It had a motion sensor and was powered by a small solar panel. Whoever set it up knew what they were doing. I pulled the SD card and checked it later at home. The photos made my skin crawl. They were all of hikers. Just random people walking by. Couples. Kids. One guy with a dog. None of them ever looked at the camera. They had no idea they were being watched. And the timestamps showed months of activity, stretching back a full year before I found the shack. Someone was monitoring traffic in and out of that area. I handed everything over to the local sheriff's office. They took it seriously this time. There was a joint investigation between park services and law enforcement, but nothing ever made it to the news, and they never found a suspect. They say the place is empty now, that whoever was up there moved on. I don't believe it. Sometimes I still hike up to Dry Creek Hollow, usually in the off-season when no one else is around. And every time, I feel like I'm being watched. Not by something supernatural, not by an animal, but by someone. Someone who knows that land better than I do. Someone who knows how to disappear. The camera stopped turning up, but once I found a boot print near the ridge. Fresh, larger than my foot, deeper in the heel. Pointed straight downhill toward the trail. No matching exit track. Just one print. Like someone had stood there for a while. Watching. I never carry my phone on. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 12 years now. In that time, I've seen a lot of strange things, odd noises in the trees, random bits of clothing showing up miles from any trails, hikers who swear they saw something off out in the woods. But for the most part, the job is quiet. You walk the trails, you keep an eye on the visitors, you patch up broken fences or signs. You log your hours, check the cameras, and write up what needs writing. Sometimes it gets monotonous, but I like the quiet. I like the feeling of being out there, far from the hum of cars and the buzz of cities. It gives your head some room to breathe. But there's one night I still think about more often than I want to. It happened a few years ago in the Great Dismal Swamp, straddling the Virginia-North Carolina border. Most folks don't really know what it's like down there unless they've worked it or wandered off deep enough to feel it. The place doesn't feel like a regular forest. It's muggy almost year-round, and the air has a thick, sour smell from all the decaying vegetation and standing water. Bugs are everywhere, and when you're deep inside, the trees close in around you like a tunnel. It's flat in a way that messes with your sense of direction, and you can't always trust your compass or your GPS. The iron in the soil or something in the canopy messes with signals out there. This was early fall, so the worst of the heat had passed, but the bugs were still around. I had just rotated from Shenandoah down to the swamp as part of a temporary reassignment, covering for another ranger who had broken his leg falling off an ATV. I didn't mind the switch, though I'd only worked short stints in the swamp before, and never for more than a couple weeks at a time. It was different terrain, different pace. I figured it'd be quiet, easy work. On this particular evening, I had just returned for a long hike out to inspect a few of the older boardwalk trails deeper in the park. Some had been in disrepair for a while, and there was concern they might be unsafe. My plan was to camp overnight at a ranger cabin we had about 6 miles in, just past a thick patch of cypress and black gum trees. The cabin wasn't anything fancy, just a one-room wooden structure with a cot, a propane stove, and a small covered porch. It was meant for short overnight stays, mostly by staff doing extended checks or research. I reached the cabin around 5:30 p.m. The sun was already dipping low, casting that warm amber color through the trees. I was sweating, but not miserable, and I was glad to be done hiking for the day. I dropped my pack, checked for ticks, and did a quick scan around the cabin for anything odd, footprints, trash, signs of animals. Nothing stood out. Everything seemed normal. After changing into dry clothes and eating a bland dinner of canned beef stew, I stepped out onto the porch with a thermos of coffee. The sounds of the swamp surrounded me. Crickets, frogs, the occasional splash from something in the water, probably a turtle or a snake dropping off a log. The birds had mostly quieted down, and the deeper the sun dropped, the more the shadows stretched out over everything. It was around this time I noticed something odd. The background noise seemed to dip for just a moment, like the crickets paused all at once. Then it came back again. I've heard that happen before. Sometimes when a predator is nearby, smaller animals go quiet. I figure maybe a bobcat was lurking nearby, or even a black bear. It wasn't common, but it happened. Still, the drop in sound made me feel uneasy in a way I couldn't explain. I sat still for another 20 minutes, sipping my coffee and trying not to overthink it. When the bugs started buzzing louder again, I told myself it was nothing, just the forest doing what it does. Still, something in the back of my head kept tugging. At around 7 p.m., I went back inside, locked the door, and read a paperback novel by flashlight. The windows were screened and had old shutters you could close from the inside, so I shut them before turning in. I've slept in plenty of ranger cabins before and never had an issue, but I guess that unease from earlier stuck with me. I triple-checked the latch on the door before crawling onto the cot. Sometime later, long after the moon had come up, I woke up with a jolt. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was the sudden, overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. The air in the cabin felt heavy, almost like it was pressing down on me. My skin was clammy, my mouth dry. I sat up slowly and listened. Outside, the swamp was completely still. No bugs, no frogs, nothing. Just silence. I've only ever heard it get that quiet once before, and that was just before a thunderstorm hit so hard it split a tree near my lookout post. But there was no wind now, no lightning, nothing. Just an unnatural, heavy silence. I stayed frozen on the cot for what felt like 10 minutes, just listening. My flashlight was on the floor, just out of reach. I didn't want to make any sudden movements. My heart was thumping in my chest, and I kept trying to breathe slow to calm myself down. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, heavy ones, moving through the underbrush outside. It was subtle, but unmistakable. A crack here, a crunch there. One step, then another. Not fast, not dragging, just steady. Walking, stopping, walking again. I reached down and grabbed the flashlight, clicking it on and pointing it toward the door. I couldn't see anything, but the sound of those steps kept going, circling the cabin. Not fast, just a deliberate path around the perimeter. I stood up and moved to the shuttered window, pressing my ear against it. Whatever it was had stopped. Nothing but silence again. Then a few seconds later, the footsteps started up again, but now they were farther away, heading off toward the trees. I stayed frozen in place for maybe 30 minutes, just staring at the door, flashlight in hand. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I unlocked the door and stepped outside. Everything looked normal. No prints, no broken branches, no signs that anything or anyone had passed through. But that didn't mean much. The ground out there is soft in some places, hard in others. I walked a small circle around the cabin and still found nothing. I told myself it must have been a bear or a stray deer moving oddly, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The way it walked, the deliberate pace, the silence that came with it. I packed up and left that morning, logging the event as an unidentified auditory disturbance in my report. Nobody followed up. I stayed stationed in the swamp another 2 weeks, but I never slept at that cabin again. A few months later, when I was back up north, I was having lunch with a retired ranger who'd worked the swamp for most of his career. He was in his 70s, long retired, but sharp as a tack. I didn't tell him the full story, but I asked him if he'd ever heard anything strange at that cabin. He looked at me for a long time, chewed his food, then said, "Sometimes the woods watch you. Doesn't mean they're doing anything, just watching." That stuck with me. To this day, I have no explanation for what I heard that night. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't anything magical. It was something or someone out there moving through the swamp in the dark, walking in silence, and leaving no trace. I don't think it was meant to hurt me. If it wanted to, it could have easily broken through that old door. But it didn't. It just circled, listened, and left. And the worst part? I never saw it. Whatever it was, it knew how to stay hidden, and it knew exactly where I was. Now, every time I go out into a remote area, I pay closer attention to the silence. Because out there, in the thickest parts of the wilderness, it's not always what you hear that you should be afraid of. It's what you don't. I've been a backcountry ranger for over 15 years, mostly stationed out west, where you get the long, empty trails that run for dozens of miles before you see another human. I worked through heat waves, snowstorms, fires, and floods. But the only time I ever considered turning in my badge was because of what happened out by the old CCC channel near the edge of our jurisdiction, a long-dead, man-made water diversion trench cut into the remote forest and long since dried up. We used to call it the Dead Channel. It was built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the late 1930s to redirect water from a mountain spring into a concrete reservoir, which in turn helped irrigate the farming valleys down below. It's been out of commission for decades, collapsed in spots, overgrown with brush, full of moss, leaves, and rusted debris. But it was still on our maps and technically still within our responsibility to check once in a while, even though it was barely accessible anymore. It sat a good 12 miles from the nearest trailhead, off an old fire road that hadn't seen a truck in years. In early October, I got a work order to inspect the old concrete spillway near that channel. The higher-ups had gotten word from some logging surveyors that the area might see thinning activity in the next year or two, and they wanted to make sure the infrastructure, there wasn't a hazard. Old rebar sticking out, weak ground, that sort of thing. So I packed up my gear, got my topo map printed, marked out my planned route, and headed out just after dawn. It was cold. That type of autumn cold that creeps into your jacket even if you're moving fast. The kind of quiet that feels unnatural even when you know it's just the time of year. No birds yet. No insects. Just me and the crunch of frost-covered pine needles under my boots. I parked my truck at the closest point I could, a gravel pull-off just off an unmaintained service road. From there, I hiked about 7 miles through increasingly rough terrain until I reached the foot trail that led to the old CCC access path. That trail had long been overtaken by blackberry vines and young trees, but if you knew where to look, you could still follow it. After about 4 hours of solid hiking, I finally reached the remnants of the channel. It looked about how I remembered it, a cracked concrete trench maybe 4 feet wide and 3 feet deep, snaking through the hills and woods. Most of it was dry, but you could tell water still trickled through during the spring. I followed the trench uphill, cutting through thick underbrush and ducking under fallen trees. The area had a strange stillness to it. Not just quiet, more like sterile. No scat, no tracks, no birds, no squirrels, not even signs of deer bedding down. Just endless pine trunks, damp earth, and the broken line of the concrete channel vanishing into the hills. Eventually, I reached the spillway, or what was left of it. It was a crumbling concrete basin with an old grate over a pipe outlet. Rust had eaten through parts of it, and one corner of the structure had collapsed. The ground nearby was loose, too, as if years of erosion had undermined it. It was exactly the kind of thing we'd need to mark on the maintenance reports. I spent about half an hour taking photos, writing measurements in my notebook, and trying to GPS tag the structure. My handheld GPS didn't love the thick tree cover, so I had to climb a small rise to get a better satellite lock. That's when I first noticed it. There was an area up ahead, maybe 100 yards through the trees, where the channel had been dug deeper into the hillside, forming a sort of narrow trench or cut. But unlike the rest of the channel, which was dry and full of leaves, this section looked off. It was darker, like wet. I figured it was just a low spot where water had pooled, so I made a note to check it out before heading back. I followed the trench downhill, stepping over broken slabs of concrete, slipping once or twice in the mud. As I got closer to that darker section, I noticed a smell. Not strong, not right away, but the closer I got, the more it hit me. A kind of sour, organic rot. It reminded me of wet mulch mixed with something else, like stagnant water and meat. The sort of smell you get near an old roadkill that's soaked through into the ground. I slowed down, looked around. Still nothing. No sound. No birds. I scanned the area, and that's when I saw the bones. There was a rib cage, not fresh, but not old either, tangled and brushed down in the trench. I moved in slowly and carefully. The ribs were too small to be a deer, but too big for a raccoon. Maybe a dog, I thought. Maybe a coyote. I leaned in closer and spotted more, a broken pelvis, a couple of vertebrae, some fur still attached to a chunk of rotting hide. And then another pile, maybe 20 feet down, older, bleached bones that looked like they'd been there longer. And beyond that, something metallic half buried in the dirt. I dropped my pack and slid down into the trench. The metal thing turned out to be an old animal trap, the kind with spring-loaded jaws and teeth. Rusted shut, but still recognizable. Then another, and another. Some newer, some ancient, half covered in dirt and moss. There were at least 6 that I could see. And that's when it hit me. Someone had been using this trench. Recently. Often. The stench, the bones, the traps. This wasn't random. It was a kill zone. A funnel. The channel was shaped to guide anything walking down it. Animals, maybe even people, right into a tight, narrow area. Like a chute. The slope, the walls, the layout, all of it was perfect for trapping. And someone had known that. Someone had used it. I backed out of the trench, breathing harder now, every muscle tight. Something about it was wrong. Not just illegal. Poaching traps are unfortunately common, but something felt wrong on a deeper level. This was overkill. Not efficient. Not practical. The traps weren't even baited properly. They were just there, as if the purpose wasn't to catch, but just to kill. To hurt. I scanned the area again, then climbed up the other side of the trench to get a better view. I found a small clearing about 50 yards further up, flat, hidden from view, ringed by thick cedar and pine. And in that clearing were 2 things I won't forget. One was a fire pit, old cold, filled with charred cans, bones, and melted plastic. The other was a stump, just a regular old tree stump, except someone had driven 2 long nails into it, forming a crude spike rack. Rusted metal and wire were wrapped around it, with strips of cloth tied to the ends like flags. It looked like someone had been using it as a place to butcher something or someone. I stood there for maybe a minute, heart hammering in my ears, senses screaming at me to leave. I started to turn back when I noticed something else. A camera, half hidden in the crook of a tree. A trail cam, pointed right at the trench. Newer model. No kamotape. Just a black plastic box staring straight down at the funnel. Watching. I moved fast then. I backed out, climbed out of the channel, got to my pack. I didn't touch the camera. Didn't touch the traps. Just got back on my route and started hiking out. Every step felt like it took an hour. About a mile out, I finally let myself stop. I pulled out my GPS and dropped a pin on the nearest recognizable location. Then I called it in to my supervisor. I didn't have a signal, so I left a radio marker ping for the next scheduled check-in. Then I kept moving. I camped that night in a designated site 5 miles out. Every crack of a branch made my hand go to the bear spray. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I pushed out early and got to the truck by noon. I reported everything. The bones, the traps, the fire pit, the camera, all of it. Law enforcement rangers got involved. They sent a team out the next week. I wasn't with them when they went in, but I got the debrief. They found everything I described. Most of the bones were animal. Confirmed coyote, deer, raccoon, even a bear. But they also found fragments that raise questions. A piece of denim, a rusted belt buckle, a human molar. Nothing conclusive, but enough to open a formal investigation. They pulled the camera. It had photos. Hundreds. Most were of animals wandering through, but a few were off. Blurry shots of a figure standing near the channel at night. Tall, thin, face hidden by a hood or a mask. Always standing still. Always facing the camera. The last image was time-stamped 2 days before I arrived. The camera was turned off the day after. To this day, no one knows who set the traps. No one claimed the camera. No fingerprints. No ID. And no one has gone back out to that spot alone since. They put up a formal restriction zone around the entire area. No access without clearance. Trail erased from maps. They listed it as unstable terrain and erosion risk, which was true in part. I still patrol the park, still sleep under the trees, but I don't go near that part anymore. Not because I'm afraid of ghosts or monsters or anything like that, but because I know what I saw was real. And I know someone else was out there, watching, and maybe still is. I've worked as a park ranger for most of my adult life. I've been assigned to different districts over the years, from thick pine forests in Oregon to the dry scrublands of Utah. But one of the strangest, most unsettling experiences I ever had happen during a short-term assignment in northern Arizona, just south of the Grand Canyon region. It was near a remote part of Kaibab National Forest, an area that doesn't get many visitors and barely sees any traffic, even in the peak summer months. I was there on a 3-month assignment. They needed extra help monitoring wildlife and illegal off-road vehicle use. The trails were mostly unpaved and had long stretches of isolation, with no ranger stations nearby and spotty radio contact. The land in that area is wide open in some places and tightly wooded in others, and there are deep canyons and narrow washes that twist in ways even maps don't track properly. I had a small base cabin set up near a dry creek bed. Well, dry most of the year. Locals called it Cotton Wash, and it only ran with water during heavy rains. I had a trail to check every few days that ran north of Cotton Wash up into the hills. There were reports of illegal dumping and signs of someone camping out for long periods off trail. My job was to monitor, document, and report. Most of the time, I was alone, except for the radio check-ins in the morning and late evening. It was early October, still dry and hot during the day, but the nights had started cooling off hard. I had gone up the trail that morning to check a wildlife camera placed near a narrowing in the wash, where mule deer were known across during dusk. I parked my truck at the base of the trail and hiked in with my gear. That day felt off from the beginning. The air was still, too still. No bird song, no rustling in the trees, nothing. I've learned not to panic when the woods go quiet, but this felt like I was walking into something, like everything around me was holding its breath. The hike took me around 2 hours. The camera was fine, nothing unusual caught on it, just deer and the occasional coyote. I wrote in my logbook and turned back. I took my time heading back toward the truck, keeping an eye out for any fresh tire tracks or makeshift camps. About halfway back, I noticed something strange off to the east, where the trees thin out into brush-covered hills. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shimmer like heat rising off pavement. But as I moved toward it, I saw what looked like an old dirt road heading off into the hills, hidden behind overgrown bushes and rock piles. It wasn't on the maps, and I had never seen it before. It didn't look like any maintained service road or old fire trail. I walked toward it, stepped through the brush, and found tire ruts embedded deep into the hardened dirt. They were old, but not ancient, definitely used in the last year or two. Curious, I decided to follow the road. I radioed in a quick location note, just coordinates like I was logging a natural feature. I didn't want to alarm anyone or call for backup over what was probably just an old ranching path. The road curved and dipped in and out of dry ravines. After about a half mile, I came across something unexpected, a large open pit, roughly the size of a swimming pool, rectangular, maybe 6 feet deep. It was surrounded by metal debris, rusted panels, half-buried pipes, and twisted fencing. It looked like some kind of old wash pit or a place where someone had dumped heavy machinery decades ago. What made it weirder was how isolated it was. There were no buildings nearby, no water tanks, no signs of homesteads or ranching operations. I walked around the edge of the pit, careful not to get too close. The walls were steep and cracked, like it had been dug fast and left to erode. The bottom had a mix of dirt, loose gravel, and what looked like blackened, oil-stained mud. There were bones down there, too. Not human, animal bones. Mostly deer or coyote. I saw a full rib cage, still partially intact, and a skull near the center. That put me on edge. It wasn't illegal to hunt coyotes or deer in some of the surrounding areas, but dumping carcasses like this was different. It suggested someone was using this place regularly. I made a mental note to mark the spot on the map when I got back. I took a few pictures with my phone and started back down the trail toward my truck. Just before I reached the main trail again, I noticed boot prints. Not mine, someone else's. The tread was different, deeper. Heavier boots, maybe steel-toed. They led away from the pit in the opposite direction I came from. I stopped and followed them a short distance. They weaved through a patch of thorn bushes and disappeared near a rock face. I didn't see any camps, no tents, no tools. But someone had definitely been out there. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the pit. Something about it didn't sit right. The location was too remote. The signs of use too fresh. I looked up some old forestry records. Found a few mentions of equipment staging in the area back in the late 60s. Back when the government contracted with private companies to do controlled burns and install fire breaks. Maybe the pit was left over from that. But no one had cleaned it up, and none of the local maps showed a trail leading to it. I decided to go back the next day, better prepared. I took the full kit with me: GPS unit, DSLR camera, soil sample tubes, measuring tape, and 2 canteens of water. I hiked in early, following the hidden road to the pit again. The air was just as quiet. This time I walked around the entire area slowly, looking for more signs of human activity. I found a crushed soda can under a bush, half buried and faded, but with a design that couldn't have been older than 5 years. I found more bones too, scattered away from the pit now. 2 sets. One definitely deer, the other looked like a smaller animal. The bones were clean, no tissue left, but no sign of tooth marks or scavenging. They had been cut, sawed, clean lines across the joints. They made my skin crawl. I took photos and GPS tagged the site. As I moved to the edge of the pit again, I heard a sound, dry sharp like gravel, shifting under pressure. I froze and listened. It came again. Not close, maybe 40 yards away, near the cluster of boulders where the boot print had disappeared the day before. I crouched and waited. I couldn't see anything moving, but I felt it like someone watching from behind those rocks. I didn't want to play hero, so I backed away slowly. No sudden movements. Just walked calmly out the way I came, keeping my ears open. I didn't look back until I hit the main trail. When I reached the truck, I checked the tires, the undercarriage. Nothing tampered with. I got in and drove straight back to the cabin and filed a report that night. Location of the pit, the evidence of illegal dumping, possible animal processing, and signs of a hidden trail being used. I sent it to the district office. The reply came the next day. Short clipped. We're aware of historical activity in that region. Avoid direct engagement. Continue standard patrols. That rubbed me the wrong way. Historical activity is vague. I wasn't asking for backup, just clarity. But I let it go and continued my regular patrols. I didn't go back to the pit for a week, but the thought of it kept gnawing at me. On my next day off, I hiked back in. I didn't tell anyone. Not on the radio. Not on my logs. I wanted to see if anything had changed without alerting anyone. When I reached the site, I felt it immediately. Someone had been there again. The soda can was gone. The bones near the pit had been moved, arranged in a pile, like a marker or warning. And next to the pile, stuck upright in the dirt, was a branch with a strip of black cloth tied to the end. It wasn't there before. I didn't go any closer. I didn't take pictures. I just turned and left. This wasn't poaching or careless hunters. This was something organized. Someone using the land for something they didn't want seen. Back at the cabin, I packed a go bag and kept it near the door. I didn't feel safe anymore. I still did my patrols, but I kept away from that part of the forest. Then one morning, just before sunrise, I heard an engine. Not from the trail, from behind the cabin, where there's no road, only brush and hills. I looked out the back window and saw headlights moving slowly through the trees. They weren't on any trail, just weaving through the brush like they knew the land better than I did. I killed the cabin lights and waited. The vehicle didn't stop, just moved past, then turned and disappeared behind the hills toward Cotton, Washington. I stayed up the rest of the night, rifle next to me, waiting for a knock or a sound. Nothing came. The next day, I drove out early, made up an excuse about needing to file paperwork at the district office. I met with my supervisor and told him everything, off the record. He looked tired, like he'd heard parts of this before, but didn't want to admit it. All he said was, "Don't go back to the pit. It's being handled." I left Arizona 2 weeks later when my assignment ended. I never got answers, never saw any official investigation. I checked satellite maps later, and the road to the pit was gone again, hidden by trees or maybe blocked intentionally. But I remember every step I took there. The silence, the pit, the bones, the feeling of being watched. Sometimes being a ranger means accepting that you won't understand everything. But that doesn't mean you forget. You just learn when to walk away and when not to go back. I've been a park ranger for over 12 years now, mostly stationed in the Pacific Northwest. There are places I've worked that are postcard beautiful, big skies, clear rivers, towering pines. But for every idyllic view, there's a corner of these woods that has a different weight to it. Some places just feel wrong, and you don't need to believe in ghosts or monsters to sense it. I've learned that fear out here isn't always about what's imaginary. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones that breathe, walk, and bleed just like the rest of us. This happened 5 years ago, during my second year working in a national forest that stretches along the foothills of the Cascades. I won't name the exact area for obvious reasons, but let's just say it's a lesser-traveled park. Dense woods, steep ridgelines, lots of overgrown service roads, and forgotten trails. We didn't get the kinds of crowds the bigger national parks do. Our visitors were mostly hunters, fishermen, the occasional loner in a beat-up Jeep, or someone trying to get off-grid for a few days. It was early September. Fire risk was still moderate, but the heat had started to back off, and that meant we were entering a quieter season. Fewer campers, fewer search and rescues. I like that time of year. Everything felt settled. No bucks. No kids with Bluetooth speakers strapped to their backpacks. Just trees, crisp air, and quiet. That week I was doing solo rounds, checking old boundary lines and trails that didn't see much foot traffic anymore. There was one trail on my list, Trail 1092, officially. But everyone just called it the old utility. It wasn't a real hiking trail, just a service road that had been used back in the 70s when a utility company tried running power poles up into the woods for a private lodge project that got abandoned before it even broke ground. The poles are gone now, but you could still see bits of rusted hardware sticking out of the ground in places, and sometimes you'd come across rotted insulators half buried in moss. It ran about 6 miles through a narrow valley with steep hills on either side. Most of it was washed out or covered in blackberry, but the park map still marked it. I was supposed to walk it from one end to the other, check for hazards, and update a GPS file. I started at the south end around 7:30 in the morning. It had rained the night before, just enough to soak the ground, but not make things slippery. The air smelled like wet leaves and rotting bark. I carried the basics: radio, GPS, water, a laminated trail map, a Ruger .357 on my hip, just in case of a cougar, and a bright orange folder for writing down notes. The first mile was easy. The trail dipped down into the valley slowly, and even though it was overgrown, I could still make out the original path. The sun hadn't come up over the ridge yet, so most of the valley was still in shadow. About 2 miles in, I came across the first odd thing. There was a large metal gate, rusted and twisted, leaning off to one side of the trail like it had been ripped out of the ground. It wasn't on my map. I stood there for a minute, looking at it. There were old concrete footings too, like someone had anchored it pretty seriously at one point. My first thought was maybe it had been a hunting lease access gate, or maybe it was from the utility company days. Either way, it hadn't seen use in years. I snapped a photo, marked the spot on my GPS, and moved on. That's when the terrain started to change. The trail narrowed, and the sides of the valley got steeper. The trees pressed in tighter, and the blackberry was thicker. I had to bushwhack through some parts. Around the 3-mile mark, I found what looked like the remains of an old shed or maybe a work trailer, collapsed in on itself, nearly hidden behind some alder. Everything was covered in moss and ivy. There was twisted metal, maybe old tools or equipment, scattered all around. It didn't look like a regular campsite. It looked like someone had left in a hurry decades ago. I didn't see any signs of animals nesting in it, which was strange. Usually, something would have taken over by now. Raccoons, squirrels, maybe even a bear. But it was silent. I marked it, took pictures, and kept going. That's when I noticed I hadn't heard birds for a while. Usually, the deeper you go into the woods, the quieter it gets. But there's always something, woodpeckers, the distant call of a raven. But here it was just dead quiet. No wind, no movement. It was the kind of silence that pressed into your ears. I started getting that itch on the back of my neck. Still, I pushed forward. My job was to check the whole length of the trail. Around the 4-mile mark, the GPS started acting up. It didn't go out completely, but it began lagging and jumping a few hundred feet at random. I tried rebooting it, but it didn't help. That was frustrating. I had the paper map and compass as backup, but still, it felt like something was interfering. At mile 5, the trail reached the narrowest part of the valley. The walls on either side were steep, more like cliffs than hills. This was where the power company had supposedly planned to set up some kind of switching station, though that was decades ago. The forest floor here was damp and soft, and I could see old tire ruts half buried in mud. But what really made me stop was the smell. It wasn't rot or decay exactly. It was sharp, chemical like old motor oil or burnt plastic. Not fresh, but still strong enough to sting my nose. I looked around and saw what might have been an old generator, almost completely rusted through. Nearby were several metal drums, all collapsed in on themselves from age, but some had black stains leaking into the dirt. It was clearly an illegal dump site, hazardous materials, probably leftover from the utility company. That wasn't unheard of, but it also wasn't supposed to be here. I took more photos and began circling the area, trying to figure out the extent of the dumping. That's when I saw the footprints. They weren't fresh, but they weren't more than a few days old. Deep treads, heavy boot prints, moving in and out of the dump site. I counted at least 2 different sets, maybe 3. They led off the trail and up a faint path that I hadn't noticed before. A path that wasn't on the map. Something in my gut told me not to follow it, but I did anyway. I moved slowly, keeping one hand near my holster. The path climbed steeply for about 50 yards, then leveled off into a small clearing that didn't show up on any maps. There was a structure there, some kind of shack or cabin, built out of scavenged wood and sheet metal. It was well hidden, low to the ground, almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. There were signs of recent activity. Fresh firewood stacked along one wall, a bucket with clean rainwater, a pile of animal bones near what looked like a crude meat rack. No smoke, no sound, but the place hadn't been abandoned. I stood there, staring at it, heart beating a little faster. There was a tarp over part of the roof, weighed down with rocks. A shovel leaning against the wall. A trail camera strapped to a tree, pointed in my direction. That's when it clicked. I was being watched. I backed away slowly. I didn't touch anything. I didn't want to leave tracks, though I knew I already had. I turned around and hiked straight back to the utility road, heart pounding the whole way. The rest of the hike out was quiet, but that feeling never left me, like eyes on the back of my head. When I finally got back to my truck, I drove straight to the ranger station and filed a full report. I sent in the GPS coordinates, photos, and flagged it as a possible illegal homestead or poacher camp. We contacted the sheriff's department and some guys from the Environmental Enforcement Office. A week later, a team went in. The cabin was gone. I mean, completely gone. Like someone had dismantled it board by board and carried it out. The only thing they found was the old generator and drums I'd marked earlier. No footprints, no trail camera, no bones, no tarp, nothing. Someone had cleared out fast, which meant they had either seen me coming or had seen the report after it was filed. That trail camera might have had a signal transmitter. Maybe they were listening to our ranger channels. Maybe they had someone watching the ranger station. I don't know, but that wasn't the worst part. About 2 months later, a hiker went missing in that same valley. His car was found at the southern trailhead. No signs of struggle. His GPS showed his last ping about 4.5 miles in, almost the exact spot where I'd found the old dump and smelled the oil. We organized a full search. Dogs, helicopters, ground teams. Nothing. He was never found. Since then, Trail 1092 has been closed to the public. Technically, it's listed as under restoration, but really, it's just been removed from the maps. Even rangers don't go there anymore unless we absolutely have to. I don't know who was living in that cabin. I don't know what they were doing. But I think about that trail a lot. I think about how quiet it was. I think about those boot prints and how fresh they were. And I think about how quickly everything disappeared, like someone had rehearsed it all before. No ghosts, no monsters, just people who don't want to be found, living deep in the woods, doing things they don't want anyone to know about. That's the scariest part of my job. Not what you can't see, but what's hiding in plain sight, just far enough off the trail. And knowing that sometimes, when you think you're alone out there, you aren't. I worked for the State Parks Department for years. Most of my assignments were across the northern parts of Minnesota, where thick woods stretch for miles and lakes appear out of nowhere like hidden mirrors in the trees. The kind of country where your radio cuts out and GPS turns into a frozen map. You learn to rely on your compass, your boots, and your gut. It was late September when this happened. I had been reassigned from my usual post near Eerie to a more remote area west of Grand Marais. It was called Bear Ridge Sector 7, part of a long strip of old forest land that bordered the edge of the Boundary Waters. That whole area is a mess of dense woods, old trapper trails, and forgotten logging roads from the early 1900s. Some of those roads haven't seen a tire track in decades. They twist and vanish like they were made by ghosts, even though I don't believe in any of that. I was staying at a ranger cabin not far from a gravel trailhead. It had the usual basics: cot, wood stove, a hand pump out back for water. No electricity, no cell signal. That's normal out there. Most of the work was solo hiking, clearing trail markers, checking on trapline violations, watching for signs of illegal hunting, that kind of stuff. One morning, I was assigned to check an area along a forgotten firebreak path that went northeast toward Lake Mayhew. It was one of those trails you could barely call a trail anymore. The map showed it as a thin red line, and when I got there, it was almost gone, just leaves, undergrowth, and the hint of an old track under it all. The plan was to hike out about 6 miles, tag a couple of trees for removal, and flag the path for maintenance crews later in the season. The first 2 hours were nothing out of the ordinary. The woods were quiet, cool, and damp with the kind of chill you only feel up north in the fall. A few squirrels darted around. I saw some wolf scat that looked recent, and maybe a set of bear tracks in the soft ground near a stream, but nothing too fresh. I kept my eyes open, as usual, and moved slow. Around noon, I stopped near a ridge that overlooked a narrow ravine. That's when I noticed something odd, a narrow footpath that wasn't on any map. It cut down the opposite side of the ravine and twisted out of sight into thicker woods. At first, I figured it might have been made by deer or moose, but it looked too clean, too deliberate. No broken branches or hoof damage. It looked like something a human would make, not well worn, but walked enough to be clear. I shouldn't have followed it. My job was to stay on the known trails, but curiosity got the better of me. It wasn't hunting season yet, so nobody should have been out here making trails or building anything. And the trail was faint enough that it hadn't been there long. Maybe someone was squatting in the woods or setting illegal traps. I felt like I had to check it out. I followed the trail slowly for a couple hundred yards. It bent around trees, crossed a shallow creek, and then led me to something I didn't expect, a cabin. It wasn't on any of our maps, not on any old records, either when I checked later. And it didn't look that old. It wasn't new, but it wasn't some 1920s logging hut either. The roof was mostly intact, tin sheets covered in moss. The door was solid pine. The windows were shuttered from the inside. A stovepipe stuck out the top with no smoke, no smell. The siding was faded, rough-cut planks, maybe 10 years old at most. There were no signs of life. No gear, no boot tracks, no food scraps, no smell of wood smoke. Just that strange silence you feel when you realize something isn't right. There was no mailbox, no driveway, not even an outhouse. Just a cabin, sitting there in the middle of the trees like someone dropped it from the sky. I circled it a few times, carefully. There were no markings. The windows were all latched from the inside. The door had a metal hasp, but no lock, just a nail wedged through it. No footprints, not even old ones. No tools left outside, no chopped wood. Whoever made this cabin didn't want it found. That much was obvious. I didn't go in. I took a few photos, marked the location on my paper map, and wrote down some notes. I figured I'd radio it in when I got back to the ranger station, assuming I could get a signal. Mike had told me to leave it alone, so I did. I turned back and left, retraced my steps to the main trail, and hiked back toward camp. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the cabin. Something about it bothered me. It wasn't the fact that it existed. It was how hidden it was. No signs of long-term living, but also no decay. No trash, no wildlife damage. It was like someone had built it, sealed it shut, and vanished. The next day, I tried a radio in my report, but as expected, no signal. I made a note to hike out to the truck the next morning and drive to the nearest service area to call the regional office. But that night, something woke me up. It was just past 3 a.m. I had fallen asleep in my cot, and the fire in the stove had died down to embers. What woke me was the sound of leaves crunching outside. At first, I thought it was a deer or raccoon. Then the footsteps stopped near the door. I stayed still. More footsteps, slow, spaced out, circling the cabin. There was no knock, no sound of breathing, just the faintest scuffle of boots on dry leaves, then silence. I waited a long time before I moved. When the sun finally came up, I opened the door and looked around. There were no tracks. The ground was too dry, the leaves too loose. Whatever or whoever it was didn't leave a clear trail. I hiked out to my truck that morning with my map, photos, and notebook. I drove 45 minutes to the nearest service tower and got through to the regional office. I explained everything, the cabin, the coordinates, the footsteps, everything except the part where I felt watched. They told me they had no record of any structure in that grid. I was asked to return with backup in 2 days, just me and one other ranger named Hal. We would hike out, locate the cabin again, and document it thoroughly. 2 days later, we hiked back out, but the cabin was gone. I remembered the path. I remembered the bend in the creek, the slope of the ridge, the shape of the trees. We found a faint trail again, followed it in silence. But when we reached the clearing, there was nothing. No structure, no flattengras, no dugout post holes, not even a scrap of wood. It was just forest, normal, silent forest. I thought maybe it had gotten turned around, maybe marked the wrong location. But I hadn't. I know what I saw. We circled for over an hour. I even pulled out the photos I had taken on my camera. They showed the cabin clearly. Same structure, same trees around it. But when we matched those trees to the clearing, the space was empty. When we got back to the station, I uploaded the photos. Every file was corrupted, just static, like the images had been burned out from the inside. For the next few weeks, I stayed away from that section of the park. The weather got colder, snow started falling in October, and trail work slowed down. Nobody else reported anything strange. I didn't hear any more footsteps, didn't see any more signs of hidden buildings. but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Over the winter, I requested access to old land survey records. I went through hand-drawn maps from the 1940s and 50s, hoping maybe the cabin had been part of some old trapline or fire crew post. But nothing matched. In fact, that grid was marked unfit for construction due to soil erosion and groundwater seepage. Nobody was supposed to build there. No one could have gotten materials in easily anyway. The nearest access road was 8 miles away through swamp and brush. In spring, I hiked back one last time. I followed the same route. The trail was gone. Even the faint footpath had vanished under winter growth. I stood in that same clearing and saw only trees and wind. I didn't tell many people about it. Hal still thinks I made a mistake, that maybe I saw an old deer blind or shed. But I know what I saw, and I know someone or something walked around my cabin that night. Real boots on real ground. I don't have an explanation, but I never went back out there alone after that. There are places in the forest where things don't make sense. Not because they're magical or haunted, but because someone doesn't want them to make sense. Because they want you to forget what you saw. I kept that marked map, though, tucked away in my desk drawer with a red pen circle drawn around that empty patch of trees, just in case I ever feel like testing my memory again. But every year that goes by, I'm more convinced I wasn't supposed to find that place. And whoever built that cabin didn't want it found a second time. And they made sure of it.